Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful night of true scary stories to help you fall asleep. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. It really helps me out a lot. Also, I want to remind you that there will only be one ad spot during this video, right after the intro, so that your sleep does not get interrupted. Today's video deals with some pretty sensitive topics. And to be honest, the stories that are in this video are probably some of the most heartbreaking and disturbing stories that I've ever read. So if you are the type of person who is sensitive to topics of this nature, you may want to set this video out. I will recommend true paranormal stories to help you fall asleep. It's another very good one with a little bit lighter subject matter. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. And without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true stalker stories to help you fall asleep. It all started in high school. I was a naive, shy, and awkward 14-year-old when I asked this one guy to our school's Sadie Hawkins dance. I saw him from a mutual friend of ours, but we really didn't talk. All I knew was that we both liked anime and manga, and that he was the kind of quiet most of the time. So I wanted to be nice, and I asked him out to the dance. That was mistake number one. That started the years of torment. He said yes, and we agreed that we would just meet at the dance with the rest of our friends. A few hours later, I get a message on Facebook from him, and it's a long message telling me that he always had a crush on me, that I was beautiful, and that he couldn't compare my beauty to anything else because he considered that an insult to how beautiful I was. It was pretty cringy, but at the end of it, he asked if I would be his girlfriend. I was uncomfortable after reading the entire message, but again, being the shy and awkward 14-year-old that I was, I told him yes. That was mistake number two. He was ecstatic. He asked me to call him that night and asked for my phone number, and I gave it to him. That was mistake number three. He calls me later that night, and I learned a lot of things that I did not want to know. One of the major things was that this guy was a massive crybaby. I'm not trying to say that men that cry are weak, but this guy would cry at everything and would always play the victim. He felt like all his friends didn't like him. Cry. No girl other than me would love him. Cry. Teacher failed all of his assignments even though he openly admitted he didn't want to do any of the work. Cry. The list goes on, but I'll get to more things later. I also learned that night that he had a foot fetish. And now that I was his girlfriend, he was going to do so many things to my feet. Again, not trying to shame anyone, but as a 14-year-old who didn't like showing off any part of my body, I was uncomfortable. And when I went silent for a little bit, guess what he did? Cry because I thought he was a freak. His words, not mine. I told him no, I didn't think that. Though, to be honest, I really was starting to. He instantly cheered up. He continued to call me every night, and the conversations usually were the same as the first night he called. Until the night of the dance. At the dance, he mentioned he never had his first kiss and how sad it was. I already had my first kiss at this point, and I'm so glad that he wasn't it. I kissed him at the dance just to get it over with. However, throughout the night, he would try to kiss me more and more, and even tried shoving his tongue in my mouth. It got so bad that a teacher had to pull us apart. Of course, he goes off to sulk and cry. After the dance, I get a text from him saying how magical I made the night for him. The kiss was delicious. Not exaggerating. That's what he said. And how the stupid teacher didn't understand our love. Again, not exaggerating. I was feeling pretty sick to my stomach at this point and wanted to break up with this guy, but I stayed a little bit longer. Mistake number 4. 2 days later, he asked me out on a date to the movies. Stupidly, I said yes, and he asked if one of his best friends could come, and I could bring one of my friends since his friend found her attractive and wanted her to be his girlfriend. I told them both no, because he wasn't her type, and in all honesty, she hated him. They kept pushing me to bring her, but I kept telling them no. And that is when his best friend called me a killjoy cunt, and he did his usual thing of crying because he didn't get what he wanted. We went to the Lorax that night, and his friend sits behind us. The second the lights go out, he turns my head and starts kissing me and pushing his tongue into my mouth. I tried to push him away because I was not going to let him do that to me the entire movie. Again, his friend is right behind us, and he keeps trying to kiss me. Movie ends, and when I get home, he sends me a text saying he was depressed, and a picture of my feet would make him feel better. I told him no, and he threatened to kill himself, and it would be all my fault because I didn't send him a photo. Horrified at how fast he snapped, I sent him a photo. Next night, he asked if I had been naughty lately. Knowing where this was leading into, I told him no. He then starts crying about how I was cheating on him, and that I had been being naughty with other people, and again he threatened to kill himself. I tried to calm him down by telling him that I was a virgin, and was not a sexual person at all. He suddenly, as if on a dime, stops and asks me if we could just completely forget about what just happened. I tried telling him that what he did was incredibly inappropriate, and was about to tell him to leave me alone, but he pulls the victim card again and starts crying. During the crying, he asked for another picture of my feet to calm him down. Scared he was going to snap again, I sent him another picture. This continued for a few more days. He would try and message me whenever I was busy at school, babysitting, volunteer work, etc., accusing me of cheating all the time. Tell him what was going on, him saying sorry and playing the victim and asking for pictures of my feet to calm him down. I eventually had enough, and after 2 weeks of dating him, I broke off the relationship. He cried, of course, and begged that we at least stayed friends. The school year was ending, and he said he was transferring to a new school, so I figured I would never see him again. I was wrong. Beginning of the school year, he would message me, and when I didn't respond, cry and threaten to kill himself. After a while, I just started to ignore the messages, and threatened to call the police if he didn't stop messaging me. Thought he would have stopped after that, right? Wrong. Every year, up until I turned 21, he would message me random things at random times. Examples. Hey, my friend. We're friends, right? Can you send me a pic of your feet? I miss you. I'll leave you alone if you want me to. I'm pathetic, aren't I? And so much more. And each time I ignored him, and finally blocked him on every platform he tried to contact me on. Fast forward to 21. I'm in college a ways away from my small town, and from him, and I have a boyfriend. I get a notification from Instagram saying he started following my profile. I quickly block him, and not even 5 minutes later I get a message from Facebook from a random profile that I don't know. The message read, "Why did you block me on Instagram?" I lost it. I sent him a long message telling him if he contacted me in any way, shape, or form, I would get a restraining order, and told him how damaging that would be to his reputation and his future career. Again, he played the victim, and told me that he couldn't believe he fell for a liberal bitch like me, and to never contact him again. I never heard from him again, and good riddance. A few months later, I get a message from a girl who used to date him as well. She told me he used to threaten to kill himself and cry every time she said she was going to leave him. This is a messed up story, with so many details that I'm not sure how to structure it, but I'll do my best. I'll probably forget to add some parts. I'll divide it into chapters and parts so that it'll be easier to navigate through. I used to live in Stockholm, Sweden. There, I attended high school and met my then boyfriend, Jack. He's going to come into play later. I was very active on social media then. I had Gifyo back when that was a thing. I used the GIFs to link to my own blog to show makeup, hairstyles, etc. For those who don't know what Gifyo was, it was basically Instagram, but only for GIFs. Back in the early day, I had a pretty large following on that site, but the site had its downsides, particularly the nasty, sexual messages you could get quite often. Part 1. The meeting. Then, this person, Robin, started following me, and was so nice and friendly. It felt genuinely like Robin wished me all the best, and made me happy whenever he or she would write. Robin said that he/she was a male, 23 at the time, and was from the United States, but that he had Swedish relatives. I thought that was pretty dope, and we would chat a few times a month in English. I also love to sing, and I uploaded covers to YouTube. Robin would be so excited when I released new covers and compliment me, and I'd feel great. It was so nice to have an online friend who seemed truly happy for me, though this behavior started to become too much sometimes. It started to feel wrong. Part 2. The flags. Robin then sent me a drawing. He said it was a portrait of me. It was a girl with animal ears, making a cute pose with her hand, piercing green eyes and whiskers. He said it was like me, but mixed with a cat, my favorite animal. I was beyond impressed. It was so cute, and I was so flattered that someone would draw me. But that excitement turned to ash in my mouth one night. This is where it all started for real, where the flag should have gone up. I play League of Legends, and one of my favorite champions back then was Ahri, especially in her Foxfire Ahri skin. I was scrolling through Safari on my phone to find a wallpaper of her to have on my phone, and then I see a picture, the fan art Robin made, only that the eyes were not yellow, like Aris. I clicked the picture and it linked me to a DeviantArt account. The caption was something like, "Casual cute Foxfire Ahri, posted 3 years ago." I wrote to Robin and told him how upset I was that he stole a drawing from an artist, edited the colors a bit, and claimed to have worked hard making it himself. I explained to him how awful it is to take someone else's work and say that you yourself made it. He said he was ashamed and sorry, and said he only wanted to impress me and make me smile. I couldn't stay mad at him for long, but I was wary now. It had been a while since I posted a cover, and Robin made sure as hell that I knew it had been a while. He would nag and plead with me to make another one, to the point that I had to tell him to back the fuck off. I posted a cover a few weeks later. Part 3. Too close to comfort. I broke up with Jack, my boyfriend. We went our ways and it was okay. Robin, on the other hand, was not. He couldn't, for the sake of humanity, grasp why we had broken up, and pleaded yet again. But this time, it was a pleading for me to get back together with my boyfriend. I tolerated this at first because, to most people, we seemed perfectly happy together, Jack and I. I recently really got upset with him because, after a few days on end, he would ask me if we were getting back, and I just explained that Jack was unfaithful, seeing other girls flirting with him. The response: "Oh, but can't you forgive him? Not getting back?" I was done. I told him to leave me alone, and he did. Part 4. Found out. I was just like last time, scrolling on the internet, and thought one night that I wanted to listen to others doing the same cover that I did. I started scrolling through the list, and I see my face on a thumbnail with the caption, "Song name, cover by me." This was not my video, not my YouTube account. My heart froze. I felt myself grow cold. I clicked and my audio started playing. It was my voice, my picture, but not my name. I clicked the profile and the coldness intensified. Every cover of me, every video of me from my own YouTube, Instagram, friends' YouTubes, Jack's YouTube, and SoundCloud was all on there. The videos dated back 2 whole years. The account said that her name was Jenny, and that she was the one singing, producing the music. Hell, even going as far as taking videos of my relatives and saying that it was her family. I was confused, scared, and angry. Who would do this? I got my answer with the most twisted thing I've experienced online. In the comments to the videos were comments from Robin's account. Robin: "Thank you so much, Jenny, for dedicating this song to me." Jenny: "Oh, no bother, Robin. I made it all for you." It was like this stalker was either 2 stalkers, or this person had made up 2 characters and was talking to himself through the comments. This freaked me out big time. I wrote to all my friends whose content was stolen, wrote to my ex and my new boyfriend, my now fiance, and told them to help me shut this thing down. The account was shut down within 20 hours. I blocked all accounts linked to Robin, including the Jenny accounts. I locked all social medias, removed everyone that I didn't know IRL. I reverse image searched all my profile pictures and nothing came up. I was paranoid for about a year after this. I didn't trust anyone that I didn't know in real life. Part 5. The Aftermath. Robin made new accounts to follow me, which I blocked. I have an official Instagram for work and such, which he could be looking at. But it's something I've just now accepted will happen, and that I shouldn't live in internet fear because of one person. Just a month ago, I logged into Tumblr because I wanted to see if I had some juicy memes stashed there somewhere. Yeah, I know. Cringe. Then I saw blocked accounts. Only one blocked. Guess who? Robin had changed the Tumblr blog from his Robin fakery to something new. Something personal. The blog was filled with angst, just like all other Tumblrs. But this one was filled with self-hatred posts, extremism, racism, and long posts written in Swedish. This was the first time it hit me. This person was Swedish. I told my best friend to go through the blog to see if her FBI skills could sniff something out, and she did. I'll lay out all the evidence that her and I have come to know so far. Conclusion. Part 6. The stalker is probably born in 1989, and he lives in the same part of the city as my parents, where I lived before. Gender, we're not too sure. It seems to depend. The stalker couldn't go to high school with me, but must have known me through something else. Maybe mutual friends or something. He or she stole my content for years, pretending to be my friend to get more content, and is probably still checking in on me. My best guess is that it was a girl who wanted to be me, have my life and my boyfriend. When I stopped creating new content and broke up with Jack, her whole made-up world started to fall apart. If Robin somehow reads this, I hope you'll find acceptance and happiness in yourself. Because it is no life living it through someone else. Go in peace. And I have, to this day, still no clue who Robin really is. I was at the local grocery store that I visit weekly to shop for food. I normally spend about $100 to $200 a week on food for myself and my family, so I always leave with a full cart. I'm standing in the checkout line minding my business when a tall man, I'd say early 40s, approached me and complimented my hair. "Your hair is gorgeous." Loud enough for everyone within a 20-foot radius to hear. Now, I appreciate a compliment as much as the next girl, but it was a little obnoxious to say the least. I thanked him politely and redirected my attention to my cart, where I awkwardly started organizing the items, in hopes that the 15 pairs of eyes now watching in my direction would look elsewhere. Unfortunately, Loudmouth didn't take the hint. He started asking rapid-fire questions and statements, barely pausing for me to get a word in edgewise before the next sentence would spill out of his mouth. That is when it gets really awkward. As if it wasn't weird enough. He asked if I wanted to go out with him sometime, maybe tonight after I put my groceries away. He could come to my house and help me put groceries away, and then we could leave from there. I told him I didn't think my husband would appreciate that, and he got angry. I was freaked out at this point, and everyone was still staring. After I rejected his offer, his mood changed so fast it was like a light switch got flipped, and the compliments turned into nasty insults and curses. Mind you, this guy didn't have a cart or anything in his hand to buy. He was kind of standing off to the side, kind of leaning on one of the drink refrigerator displays. Thankfully, a gentleman who was in the aisle within my sight, who presumably heard the whole thing, came up behind us and asked if he was in line. Loudmouth said no. Gentleman promptly told him he was being inappropriate, loud, and needed to buzz off. To my surprise, Loudmouth stepped aside, and with one final insult, and stomped out of there. I thanked the gentleman, and we continued waiting in line. Me with an entire week's worth of groceries, and him with just a bottle of Gatorade. I offered to let him go in front of me, and he declined, saying that he wasn't in a rush. It was really like one of those scenes in a movie where the nice tough guy saves the girl from the jackass. Even so, I was afraid Loudmouth would be waiting outside, so I asked the cashier to call one of her co-workers to walk me to my car. Gentleman insisted that he would be happy to escort me to my car, and I accepted. But as I stood there, watching the cashier ring my items, I was just overcome with this sick feeling, like I was gonna vomit everywhere. I decided it was just my nerves, as I have issues with anxiety, and this reaction is pretty normal. It typically passes within a few minutes once I mentally talk myself down. But for fear of further embarrassment, this time in the form of projectile vomiting in the middle of a grocery store, I hurriedly paid and took a seat on a bench close by. I told the gentleman never mind, and that I was a little freaked out, so I was going to call my husband to come pick me up instead. We'd get the car later. I didn't care. I just wanted to make it home in one piece. He told me to have a nice day and walked out of the door. Hand to God, as soon as he walked out of the building, I felt normal again. So still blaming my anxiety, I felt sort of silly, but I'd already called my husband, so I stood up and pushed my cart over the window to watch for my ride just in time to see a junky white SUV drive by, with both the gentleman in the passenger seat and the loudmouth in the driver's seat. I about shit myself. This is a story that's hard to share, but it's also something that I desperately need to get off my chest. It's a story about learning the true meaning of naivete and deception. The story of destruction and of rebirth. I guess it all started about 3 or 4 years ago, when I had been working at my first job for about 2 years. That was the year that I would meet the 2 men that changed my life forever. One for the better, and one for the much worse. The restaurant I worked at had been bought out by a big company, so there was a big overhaul in staff and everything else. A whole new set of managers and some new wait staff as well. One of these men would become my boyfriend 3 years later, and we're still very much in love now. The other, let's just call him POS, because I can't even think of his name without getting upset. POS started as a manager at that time. I never took much note of him. He was nice enough and seemed funny. I worked there for a while, getting closer as a friend to my current boyfriend. I then left that job for a good 6 months before returning to it. At this point, most of the staff had changed because of high turnover. I only knew about 3 of the workers, one of which was POS. Flash to about 1 year later, where him and I are okay friends and I'm well into dating my boyfriend. He starts giving me compliments and love bombing me. He constantly found my weak spots and tried to make them better. He always tried to buy me things and get me to work more hours with him. I learned many things about him during this time. I started to notice how very unstable he was. The dots started to connect, and I remembered how many fights he'd gotten into in his defense or for the restaurant. I started thinking about his weapon collection and how off his voice was when he said, "I had you picked out from the moment I met you." In my biggest moment of weakness, when I felt ugly and vulnerable, he made me feel pretty, and I made what I believe is the biggest mistake in my entire life. I listened to him. I sent him pictures that could destroy my relationship. I was naive in believing all the ways he related to me. He was just a great liar. He even joked to me about his masks and his 9 other personalities. I want to go back and slap myself for not putting it all together faster. The crazed look he got in his eyes sometimes, his breakdowns, so much of it were red flags that I didn't see. He knew how to manipulate me and the people around me. None of it even hit until about a week after I quit that place. Then, one night, out of the blue, he starts messaging me. Things start escalating because I had told him that there would never be anything between us the last time I'd seen him. He starts ranting about justice and how he could see through me and my lies. He said I needed to tell my boyfriend about us, or he would. I told him there wasn't an us, and that it wasn't his business. He kept insisting that he loved me, and that we needed to be together. He couldn't take no for an answer, even though he kept asking and asking for me to tell him that it was over. I told him, and he couldn't take it. He kept calling me a crazy bitch and trying to gaslight me. I'm thankful that I was strong enough not to believe him and to completely cut him off from my life. Then it got worse. He started talking in third person, calling himself Jack the Ripper, saying he was going to find me and find my boyfriend. I was panicking in my room, crying and throwing up, all while trying to deal with this. I asked him what he wanted, and his only reply was you. I've never felt that kind of fear before. I started thinking about how much I love my boyfriend, my amazing, perfect boyfriend who has been with me through everything, and it helps calm me down. That's when I marched to my boyfriend's room, set him down and tell him everything, and we talk and he forgave me, and it hurt, and I still haven't completely forgiven myself for hurting him that way, but I'm hoping one day I will. I messaged POS and told him I already told my boyfriend and that he didn't have any power over me anymore. He then started grasping at straws, threatening my other job, where I work with children, even threatening my PlayStation account. He's a genius. He's insane. I called him by his name while he was talking in other personalities, and he told me to call him Jack, or there would be consequences. I blocked him on everything. I deleted my Facebook. I disconnected from everyone who works there, and I spent an entire day speaking to police and the principal of my work. While talking to the police, they told me that soon he'll find someone new to target, so I could rest easy. But that didn't make me feel better. I still felt sick because even if it's not fixated on me, that doesn't mean that some other poor girl deserves him to do that to her either. That experience with the police changed me. What do you do when someone says you have to be with them or he'll kill you and the person you love? I don't know, and I still don't. I still have nightmares. That Friday, while I was driving home from work, I got pulled over because an anonymous person called in describing my car and license plate, saying that I was drunk and on drugs. I wonder who that was. I calmly explained to the officer that I was coming home from work and gave him my case number. I got about 8 calls a day from different random numbers for about 3 days after. Months later, after so much work and therapy, I see him twice in one day. I know his car, so I pretty much get anxious whenever I see the color or make of that car anywhere. One day, my worst fear happened. I was just on my way to a doctor's appointment, and my turn was literally one light up. I pull up to a car that is way too familiar to me, and I notice that there is no way for me to escape. He knows my car. My windows aren't very well tinted. I see the shadow of his hair move, and know it's him, and my stomach rolls. I pull out my phone and call my mom, shaking so bad that I had to redial twice. I ended up making 5 different turns to get to the doctor instead of one, and I parked very hidden. I was very proud of how calm I was when I walked in for my appointment. It was very hard. After my appointment, I meet with my best friend, and we go to walk her adorable dogs around our house. This guy knew where we were, because my car was right there at my friend's house, and I see familiar movement in the corner of my eye. I seriously went cold. I see him walking and start to cross the street to the side we were at. I didn't have anything to say. I just dragged the dogs around the corner and kept turning and going until I felt safe. When I explained to my friend what happened, she helped me calm down. And honestly, I'm just very thankful that she was there. I am now writing this 7 months later. I'm still undergoing therapy for this, but I've started to do something very important. I've been reclaiming my space and my mind. I have slowly started to reach out to old co-workers from that restaurant, and I even went outside of the restaurant to say hi to managers and servers that I used to know. I found out the next day through my good friend that works there that he said he was uncomfortable with me being there. I laughed. I genuinely laughed really hard, and then I went back for the next 3 days to pick up my friend from there, just to make a point. I haven't been strong enough to go inside yet though, so many of my nightmares are placed there. I can smell it. I can hear the glasses clinking, and it makes me shake. There's a certain shade of blue he wears, and if I see it, it makes me shake. In every dream that I have, that caller is always lurking in the background. His presence is always felt. There is a big festival that includes that restaurant every year. It's so much fun, and it would be the first year I could go in 4 years because I always worked it. My friend invited me to go, and I was hesitant at first because this is somewhere that I knew he would be. But I went. And sure enough, when we passed the restaurant, he was wearing the blue shirt. And instead of seeing him from the corner of my eye like I had on my dream, I looked him in the face. I got so angry. I was just insanely pissed off, and honestly pretty anxious. I just kept walking and forced myself out of the funk. I'll be posting updates if anything more happens. Thank you so much for sharing this journey with me, and thank you for reading, if you did in fact read any of it. This is the deepest story of my heart at this point in my life, so by reading it, you are giving a great piece of me. There was a weird girl at my school who had no friends, and I tried to be nice to her, but she had no grasp of personal space. We'll call her Durfla. I was trying to find the weirdest name. She would follow me and my best friend around and invite her into things we were doing. If I was having a conversation with my best friend, Durfla would start talking, even though we weren't talking to her. My best friend told me that Durfla followed her around in gym. Durfla also joined every club that I did. But it got worse. We were waiting outside the theater for the teachers to come, so we could have talent show rehearsal. A group of friends were running around and other stuff. Durfla, who didn't even know them, runs up to one of the boys and tackles him. He had a really confused expression. Another day at talent show practice, Durfla kept following me, even though I didn't want to talk to her. I kept walking away and she wouldn't stop. Then it got even worse. It was the night of the choir performance. A school aide was taking pictures for the yearbook. Me and my friends posed for a picture. Durfla started shoving one of my friends so she could be in the picture. Then our music teacher told us if we needed to use the bathroom to go now. Most of the people left for the bathroom. I went into a stall, and then I heard someone entered. "Hello," insert my name. "What stall are you in?" I was creeped out and didn't respond. She chuckled. "I asked you a question." I stayed silent. I waited for her to go in a stall because I didn't want to talk to her. Then we got on stage. I was standing next to my other best friend. I had on a sequin-covered dress, and Durfla was standing behind me on the risers. I felt someone touching my shoulder, and she was touching the sequins with the creepiest smile on earth. I moved away from her. I told her to stop bothering me, and she stopped for a while. Then, one day during class, I got called down to the guidance office. I was nervous and was worried that I was in trouble. The guidance counselor told me that Durfla came down to the office and wanted to be friends with me. The counselor asked if I wanted to be friends with her, and I said no and left. Luckily, she doesn't bother me anymore, but she still follows my best friends during gym. About a month ago, a man came to my boyfriend's work and asked to speak to him. He asked if my boyfriend was blank, and my boyfriend confirmed and asked who he was / what he could do for him. He said, "I just wanted to meet the guy who was with the girl that I proposed to." My boyfriend, assuming this is a misunderstanding, asks, "And who is that?" The guy gives my full name. My boyfriend asks his name, so he can tell me he said hello, and the guy gives him a death glare and walks away. Now I'm 1000% sure that I do not know who this person is, or at the very least 100% sure isn't someone that I dated. Only one person has ever proposed to me, and my boyfriend has met that person prior. I went through every person that remotely matched the description, even if it didn't make sense, and my boyfriend said that none of them were him. Today, I confirmed for sure that my dance bag is missing from my car. I only leave my car unlocked at home. If someone was to steal something from my car, there are a lot of tools and things that would be worth stealing. A lot more than my bag of sweaty old shoes and tight leotards. Maybe I somehow forgot to lock my car someplace, and someone stole it because the bag itself is cute. But I really can't imagine I would leave it unlocked like that. Do you think this is paranoia? Or something more? This is from 5 to 6 years ago. I'm a 24-year-old female, and I live in the Midwest, and I love anime and manga. I was really interested in heading to a con, so 2 of my girlfriends decided to go with me to one of the larger anime conventions in the area. We arrived, and at first it was a lot of fun. However, I soon met a man who was overly creepy and made my time unbearable. I can't reveal too much about it, but he was apparently a guest to this convention and has some sort of YouTube career. He doesn't even talk about anime or manga, so I thought his presence at the con was weird. I would have said something long ago, but the group he was a part of has a rabid fan base that, in the past, defended a rapist, so I've been fearful of the repercussions of telling my story. I was walking the convention when he spotted me, and he instantly seemed to light up and rushed over to me. I was very nervous. I never thought it was much to look at, so his interest seemed weird to me. He tried to make some sort of small talk, like asking if I liked to cosplay. I'm sort of round, but I'm very proud of my legs, so I jokingly said that if I did cosplay, I would probably be the green M&M. He seemed to really like that idea and kept pressing. The way he looked and leered made me very uncomfortable. I made an excuse and joined my friends and walked away from the creep in the tiny hat. I wish that was the end, but throughout the 3 days, he would continually try to find me and talk to me. What made it worse was the fact that he had his girlfriend at the time with him. She seemed busy, and he tried to sneak off while she was busy with other things to try and flirt with me, but it always felt very uncomfortable. In fact, I tried to bring her up, saying wouldn't she be upset that he was flirting with me, and he said he could convince his girlfriend to be okay with it, and then called her Lady Boy, which I found weird. The whole situation felt so disgusting, and every time he found me and rushed over to talk, I felt like I wanted to crawl into a hole and die. Maybe it wasn't stalking per se, but he made me feel so uncomfortable that I had to say something. After this convention, I looked him up and found out he goes to the 3 major conventions in my area. So for my own peace of mind, I don't go anymore. I had a stalker growing up. She lived in my neighborhood with her parents. Note, she's an adult living with her parents, not a child. I used to ride my bike around the neighborhood and would always pass by her house. Every time I passed her house, I would notice that she would come outside and watch me if she wasn't already there. I never thought anything of it because I was young. Her watching me turned into her trying to talk to me, but of course I would ignore her because I didn't know her. Then she would follow me wherever I rode my bike. Now I was getting freaked out. Why the fuck was this woman that I didn't know following me? That turned into her following me to my house, asking if she could come in. I eventually stopped riding my bike altogether, so this lady stopped doing what she was doing. I'm 14 now, still living in the same neighborhood. She's back. It all started with her coming out to our door and knocking on it. I remembered her and immediately freaked out. Her knocking turned into her banging and violently shaking the doorknob while yelling. She knew our names. She yells hi, my name, or hi, my mom's name. I have no clue how she knows our names. Neither me nor my mom have ever spoken to her in our lives. The only way she would know our names is if she asked the neighbors that knows us or the landlord, which is super creepy. Why couldn't she have just asked us ourselves? One night, my mom is getting ready to head out to do the laundry at the laundromat near our house. My mom unlocks the door and then goes into the living room where I am. The lady had pushed the door open, came into our house, and started walking into the living room. My mom yelled at her and pushed her out, slamming and locking the door. This must have meant that she was waiting for the door to be unlocked, or waiting for one of us to come outside. Or it could have been a coincidence, but that seems kind of unlikely. My mom left eventually, and as she was walking into the laundromat, the lady was walking behind her, but my mom noticed and slammed the door so she couldn't get in. It was midnight at this point. I was folding the clothes and I hear banging on the door. What do you know? Of course it's her again. I check the peephole and I can see her running away, as if she knew that I was there. Now, it's maybe 2 to 3 a.m. I was in the living room again. I hear something moving in the grass behind my house. I checked to see what it was and it was the lady. She ran away as she saw me look at her. This has been happening every night since then. I've also been hearing a few people stand in front of our yard, talking to each other quite often late at night, but I'm not sure if this has anything to do with this woman or not. I think this might be happening to our neighbors as well, because I heard them talking about a stalker a couple of times. I remember them saying something along the lines of, "Go away, you neighborhood stalker." I have no idea why this started up again, but God, I wish it hadn't. I'm not quite sure if this fits here, because it was a bit of a strange situation, but here it goes. I used to get bullied, and so did pretty much all of my friends. I've witnessed some of it, and I couldn't believe how cruel and degrading people could be. It wasn't a shock when Sally, my best friend, brought up a boy that she had made friends with in a conversation. We were on a holiday at the time, and I already knew this kid. He was quiet, pretty smart, awkward, and clearly sad. She explained how he got bullied for his voice and how his ex-girlfriend was spreading rumors that he was faking a condition, and he didn't really sound like that. She wanted to know if she could let him sit with us at lunch, because he usually didn't have anyone to sit with. I obviously agreed to it, not really knowing much about him. I had talked to him a couple times, and he seemed pretty happy about having someone to talk to, but I couldn't see any personality when I talked to him. Everything he did just seemed odd, like it wasn't really him. I know that sounds weird, but that's how I felt. His name was Samuel, an unusual name, but quite nice. He seemed like a kind person, but he still had that weird feeling about him. After a while of talking to him, Sally and I got to know him better. He liked dark jokes, much like me, and he was really into Doctor Who. None of us really knew much about it, but we still let him talk about his interests so that he would feel more comfortable around us. He talked a lot. I didn't even realize he had feelings for Sally until he asked me if she likes Harry Potter and what her favorite colors were. She soon realized this too, but she had just gotten over a boy, so she made it clear that she wasn't interested. He wouldn't leave her alone, always next to her, somewhere nearby. It started to get to her, and she hated it. She felt as though she couldn't be alone, so I tried to do something about it. I wanted to help. So I turned his attention from her to me. I started hanging out with him more often, listening to his terrible, unfunny jokes, to his strange interests, to everything he said. I tried to make it seem like I wanted it to be there, even though at this point, I really didn't. I wanted to get away from him. He was beginning to tire me out emotionally, with him constantly being there, somewhere near me. He wouldn't leave me alone. He even walked home with me and my friend Grace, despite the fact that he walks in the opposite way to get to his house. At one point, I was going through a particularly hard time, and being desperate for help and someone to talk to, I turned to him. I knew it was the wrong move, but desperation led me to make that move. He asked to video call me, so I agreed. I was crying. He tried to calm me down. Eventually he did and just started making his horrible jokes and talking about things I like and stuff he actually shouldn't have known about. But I didn't think of it at the time because I wanted someone to make me laugh. Laughter got me through a lot of hard times. I began to think he wasn't so bad after all, and that we just didn't like him for what he did to Sally. But maybe he wasn't like that. I started talking to him through video almost every day after school, and I noticed him being around even more often. One day he said he needed to tell me something, which turned out to be his confession. He confessed that he had a crush on me, but I had to go because my mom wanted to watch a movie. When I returned, I had about 10 video and voice messages from him. All of them were apologizing, because he apparently thought that I hadn't actually left to go watch a movie, but was instead avoiding him because of what he told me. I felt horrible. I didn't mean to upset him. He was crying. I explained that I really did go to watch the movie, and that's why I was gone. Fortunately, he understood. After a while of hanging out with him, I began to get tired of him again, with him constantly being there, and now also knowing that he was crushing on me. I looked back to the whole situation with Sally and began to spot the same things in our friendship. He got clingy and just downright annoying. I politely explained to him that I didn't want to sit with him at lunch anymore, but he still insisted that I sat with him. I declined and just told him to go away every time he approached our table. One particular incident made me lose all respect for him, though. He would sometimes randomly walk with me and Grace, as I mentioned before, but this time it was different. Outside was a thick mist, but even I could see in it, and according to my friends who have looked through my classes, I'm technically blind. Samuel didn't wear glasses or contacts because there's nothing wrong with his eyes. Well, we walked all the way to Grace's house and we said our goodbyes. I often stayed at her house after school and we would watch weird videos we found in her recommended feed. About an hour into me being there, we heard a knock at the door. She goes to answer it thinking it's her parents. Needless to say, it wasn't her parents. It was Samuel. I heard his voice and dropped to the floor, hoping he hadn't seen me. After a long while of silence, I proceeded to army crawl over to the door to see if he was still there. And lo and behold, he was. Hello? His voice echoed in my mind at this point. I began to crawl back. I'm lost. I can't find my house. Can you guys help me? He asked. Liar. How could he possibly not know where his house is? And it's not like I knew where it was. I'd never been there. He persisted and continued to knock on Grace's door. She was hiding in the living room. We came to the decision that we would hide in the conservatory until he goes away. And so we did. Some time passed before Grace chose to climb onto a desk to see if it was still there. I jumped back when she yelped and stumbled off the desk, almost knocking me over. She turned to look at me and pointed in the direction she was looking. He's still there. He was looking directly at me. He fucking waved at me, she whispered. No way, I whispered back. This couldn't be happening. This wasn't happening. We weren't trapped by him. He wasn't outside. This was all a joke or something. But Grace's face looked so scared, and in an angry way as well. I awkwardly got my stuff and told her I was going to head out to get him the hell away from her house. She reluctantly agreed and I left with him. I offered to walk him down the shop and let him go home from there, but he refused to let me leave. He told me he couldn't see very well and that he almost got hit by a car earlier. Bullshit. This boy had boasted many times about how good his eyesight was. There was no way he suddenly couldn't see. Despite his apparent sight problem, he flawlessly led me to his house. At this point, I was in an area completely unknown to me and I began to worry. How would I get home? It was already dark and there was no way that I was going to wander around in an area that I had never been in, especially in the dark. Who knows what kind of creeps could have been hiding out there? I brought this up to him, and he assured me that his mom would drop me off. I didn't want that. I didn't want him to know where I lived. With how he was acting, I was fully convinced that he would try to pull something. I suffer from symptoms of schizophrenia, and this didn't at all make it better for me. I felt unbelievably unsafe at that moment, and wished that I hadn't left Grace's and explained it to my mom later. I was sure she'd understand. Countless minutes dragged on, as I sat and waited in his room, surrounded by his cats. They were the only thing keeping me from snapping and just trying to make my way back home on my own. Soon enough, his mom arrived and agreed to drop me off. Seeing how distressed I looked, she offered me some chocolates and assured me that I would be fine. She must have thought that she was the problem. It wasn't her. He was in the car. He would know where I lived now. I wanted to cry. This brought back so many horrible memories with stalkers that I'd had in the past. He was so much like all of them. His eyes gave me that horrible feeling of hopelessness, and I hated it. After they dropped me off at my house, I went to my mom and broke out in tears. I couldn't take it anymore. He went too far this time. My mom said that she was going to report him for that, because he wasn't going to cause me this much stress and get away with it. I agreed at the time, but soon after I asked my mom to just forget it. Maybe this would all go away. It didn't. The next day, I told him that I wasn't allowed to talk to him anymore, because my mom told me not to, but he still refused to leave me alone. I obviously got mad due to having enough of this shit, and had a complete mental breakdown, saying that I was going to get Tim, my boyfriend, on him, because I was done. Grace and Felicity, my other friend, tried to take me to one of our most trusted teachers, but a few other teachers, despite seeing me crying hysterically, refused to let us through because, quote unquote, she probably won't be able to help. So we found another teacher and explained the whole situation to her. She assured me that she would speak with him and attempted to get this sorted out. Throughout the entirety of my geography class, I was having major anxiety, but I calmed down a bit in math. When lunch came about, I saw Grace standing next to the door holding Samuel's stuff. "What the hell is this about?" I questioned. "I don't know. He just dumped it on me and left. Now he's in the toilet," she told me. Then, one of my male friends who knew about the situation, Chad, approached us and offered to take his stuff while we left. I thanked him a million times and we hurried away. He reached the hall and sat down at the table where Sally and Felicity were, and everything seemed fine. Until he showed up again. He seemed pretty angry, so I assumed the teacher we spoke to had talked to him. I began to panic, thinking that this wouldn't end well, that we were all in danger. Then, Rafida, another close friend, walked over to him, attempting to save me from an episode. She told him that I didn't feel all right, and that he should probably go. But he completely ignored her and asked me if I wanted food. I nervously shook my head. He started saying that he was going to pass out and that he needs to sit down. Rafida calmly told him that he can go sit somewhere else, because this isn't the best time. He turned to her, fury in his eyes, and yelled, "Now!" I hid my face in my hands. I felt weak, like I was going to start hyperventilating. He sat down and Rafida, having had enough of this shit, grabbed my arm and said, "Come on, let's go," while dragging me away, the others following me. He also left the hall, but luckily he didn't follow us. Then all of the built-up stress and anger caused me to start hyperventilating and crying, because I felt like I put not only myself, but the others in danger. I didn't know what to do anymore. Then Chad came and said that he'll talk to him for me, and ask him to sit with him instead of us. Once again, I thanked him with all my heart, and we went back into the hall. One of my old friends, Shayla, came up to us, and we told her about the entire situation. She told us that this wasn't the first time something like this had happened, and that he had a book in which he wrote about plans for mass homicide, and that he calls it Samuelism. Then Chad returned and told me that Samuel wanted to talk to me after science, and how I probably should. So after science, I waited for him, and he said he hadn't realized he was causing a problem. Shut up. Of course you did. How can you be so damn oblivious to your own actions? Then he proceeded to tell me how bad his day was, and I ended up having to walk him to the office. I told Tim about it, and he said that he would meet me after school on Wednesday and sort it out if he doesn't stop. I was very thankful for this. I just wanted Samuel out of my life. He still wouldn't leave me alone after all of that. He even specifically moved next to me in English class. And everything that happened on Friday, he still persisted with this little game. That day was parents' evening at school. So I went with my mom and left my phone at home. When I got back and looked at my phone, my heart dropped. 20 messages. 20 fucking messages within half an hour, all from Samuel. I started ranting about all of this to myself, and even went in the bathroom to practice what I was going to say to him the next day. I started crying again, because all of this was just too much to bear. Then I decided to do something. I decided to call him out on all of this stuff, and inform him that a troubled childhood isn't an excuse to put someone in a situation. He actually tried to guilt trip me into forgiving him by telling me about his awful childhood, and I do admit that I felt bad for him, because no one should have to go through that kind of pain. But to show him that he isn't the only one who has dealt with things in the past, I told him about myself. Halfway through me explaining that I had a lot of trouble showing and experiencing emotions as a child, and that I had a lot of violent homicidal thoughts, he interrupted me, saying that he also didn't have emotions, and that he had tried to kill someone because he thought it was funny. This actually pissed me off, because not only was he interrupting me to add to his story and try to make me feel even worse, he was trying to one-up me on my suffering. If you ask me, that's absolutely disgusting. You don't compare struggles, because you only have your own experiences to go off of. Don't try to make another person feel as though their problems don't matter, and that they shouldn't ask for help when they're problems because they're too small. That's just wrong. I calmly told him that I let him finish his story without interruptions, and that it was only fair for him to let me finish mine that way too. He quickly apologized, being called out on his bullshit. I told him the rest of my story and let him realize that he really wasn't the only one that had gone through stuff in his life. He then began begging me for another chance at being my friend. I declined and decided to talk with Sally instead, ignoring the rest of his messages. Every day until that point, and even for a while after, was me just feeling like I was going to die. I actually contemplated suicide for a while, because I couldn't deal with his constant presence. I was afraid to leave my house because I felt like he would be there. I know that's a bit weird, but I felt that way because of the schizophrenia. My episodes began getting more frequent and severe. There were periods of time where I could not concentrate in class and actually couldn't hear what the teacher was saying because of my auditory hallucinations. I generally felt like shit, and it got so bad that I felt like I didn't want to be here anymore. But after telling him to bugger off, I felt like a giant weight was removed from my chest, and that I could breathe my own air again. Not for long though, because he kept trying to come back into my life, despite me refusing to be his friend ever again. I was still there for him, but only in absolute emergencies. By that, I mean that only if he was on the verge of dying. I wish I could say that he left me alone since then, and that I never saw him after that, but I can't, because I still see him around at school. And unfortunately, he's friends with my friend Brian, so I still have to hang out with him, which sucks. He annoys me purposely to get my attention by calling himself God and other things that suggest that he thinks way too highly of himself. Anyway, that's about it for my story. Samuel, please shut up about your godly status for a second and realize that the reason people hate you is because you do this shit. Not once, not twice, but always. So pause, think, and stop so that you don't melt any more brains. I need some help. This has been going on for almost a year, and I have no idea who this person is. It started off with a profile on Snapchat adding me by username. Naturally, I was curious and accepted it, because the name just looked really familiar. Maybe a week later, this girl messaged me on Snapchat. I open it, and boom. It's a picture of a man's genitals. Of course, I'm like, ew, fuck you, and block them. Then 3 days later, I get another random girl's name adding me. I'm like, okay, can't be the same person. Of course, my curiosity got the better of me, and I accepted the request. Then they sent me a long message saying they go to the same school as me and they've seen me on campus, but they're too shy to say anything. I go to a private professional school to get my master's degree in biomedical science. No one has time for this kind of high school bullshit, so I don't believe they go to my school at all, but I really don't know. Then I start asking if this is the same person that sent me the picture before. They say it is the same person and they apologize for sending it. I was high and drunk and I shouldn't have sent it, they said. But then they start trying to sext me. So at this point I get fed up. They're giving me little details about outfits I've worn. They're sending me screenshots of my pictures that I have on Instagram. They're messaging people that I know, taking screenshots of my sister's stories on Instagram, using multiple fake accounts to harass me and the people that I know. The list goes on. So my question is, what the fuck do I even do? Does anyone know how to find out who this person is if I give you one of their most recent fake usernames on Instagram? The more this stuff happens, the more paranoid I'm getting. What if I'm somehow interacting with this person in real life, but I just don't know it? If anyone has any ideas, please let me know. What are the effects of being stalked? Once it happens, how does it affect you? And in what way? I was 16, going about life and trying to score well in tests to go to a college of my choice. He was in the class adjacent to mine. I've never spoken to him. I've only seen him around here or there. When school was about to end, he sent the yearbook through a friend for me to write in. I found it very weird because we have had absolutely no contact, and I refused to write in it, and I told her that I didn't know him, so I wouldn't do it. On the last day of school, while I'm waiting in the parking lot, he and a friend come stand in front of me and start saying things and making hand gestures. I don't say anything, so I just walk away as the car arrived. He then started calling up my aunt. I'd given everyone at school her number, and talking to her. It never struck me as excessively odd because she never could remember his name, and she just told me that it was one of my classmates. He was trying to get into a similar college to mine, so they just talked about that. A year later, a friend calls me and tells me that he came to her house asking for information about me. He apparently told her that he liked her so much because she was friends with me. Her dad was at home when it happened, so she told her to inform me. She thought I knew about him, but I didn't. He was apparently also going around my town, looking for me and asking other people about me. She told me about how he followed me home, and that she found this out from someone else, but I had no idea about that either. Then I remember all the times he and I were going in the same direction, his vehicle coming behind mine, but I brushed it off, thinking that it was just because he probably lived nearby. Oh, how very wrong I was. I was 18 and I was coming home for Christmas vacation and saw him on the way to my house. He was with a friend. They were following me. I had to get my passport renewed, so I needed to schedule an appointment. For that, I went to the office, and as I was telling them some personal information, he came in and started to make small talk with one of the men there. I got out after my work was done. His friend and him were on the other side of the road to where my car was parked. I went home, but it didn't seem like they were following me then. But really, it doesn't matter, because they already knew where I lived. I checked my phone after I got home, and I had a message from an unknown number around the time that I was in the office. It was him. He introduced himself in it. I immediately blocked him, and he messaged me from another number. The message said that his motive wasn't to mess with me, and that he never talked to me in school or did anything else because of the same. He would delete my number, everything he had as a reminder of me, and that this message would be his last message if I thought so. It ended with him saying that he just wanted me to know that he liked me, and I blocked this number as well. I found it very creepy that he had to delete my number and everything that he had as a reminder of me. mostly because I don't know how he got my number, and we've never interacted for him to have things that remind him of me. I thought I saw him just outside my backyard the next day, but I just rushed inside and locked the doors and didn't dare peek out the window. The next few days I was looking out the window every now and then, making sure that no one was there. I felt unsafe in my own home. I got back to college when I got a call from an unknown number again. Because I'd given my number for official purposes, I don't always know who exactly was calling me, but I still picked up because it could have been important. It was his friend. He said that I had no right to just block him like that, and that I did not know how to respect people. He said the stalker changed after what I had done to him, and that I was ruining his life, and that the stalker didn't know that he had called me. He said that he didn't want me to be the reason for the ruin of someone's life, so he was telling me this. In order to undo the damage I had done, I needed to talk to the stalker. He was very demanding and pushy. I refused. I genuinely felt afraid and traumatized by that phone call, so much so that I ran to my friends in tears and told them about it. They told me if it were to happen again, I should just tell him off. For a while, whenever I got phone calls from an unknown number, my heart would start pounding and my hands would start shaking. I was afraid it would be them again. I was 19 when I got a message from an unknown number asking me how my exams were. I don't know how he knew I had exams then. Maybe he had his friends spying on me. I blocked that number as well. I then proceeded to cut off all my school friends because I didn't know who was giving him information about me. I was getting very paranoid, especially when I got a phone call from someone that I knew back then. Of course, I didn't pick up. Then, I got random messages from a few numbers that I again blocked. The reason I didn't change my number was because I had given it in a number of places for official purposes, and it would be a pain to change it from everywhere. I still don't know if he has people spying on me, and I don't know if he is gone for good, but I still feel unsafe at sometimes, and afraid. No one should have to go through things like this just because someone doesn't know the difference between fantasy and reality. Getting obsessed with someone to the point of threatening them with your life is downright horrifying. In this country, in this age, I am unable to voice my concerns because they ask me, why did you talk to him? Why did you give your phone number to him? Will you believe me if I said that I did no such thing? It started 4 years ago. A Facebook friend of mine, purely because he seemed to have attended my school and graduated 2 years before me, was Facebook messaging me. To be friendly, I responded politely. General Q&A. What are you studying? Which university are you attending? I was doing a distance course from my comforts of my home. I can swear that I never gave my personal number out, but I have always had the same number since the day that I turned 16. It could be common knowledge from mutual school friends. 2 years ago, he called me from a US-based number. I live in Asia. He talked to me for about 2 minutes, mentioned that he would like to meet me if he came back home. Being the girl that was called ugly her whole life, I never conceived that boys/men could be interested in me in any other way than just a friendship. I said, oh yeah, sure, out of pure courtesy, and had no intention of following through with the meeting. Last year, he called again, from a different number, and said the same thing. We'll be visiting next month. Let's catch up. Me. Oh, I don't live in our hometown anymore. I've moved elsewhere for my job. Him. You can allocate 1 weekend for me. Me. Haha. Let's see, I'm out right now, so bye. No contact after that for the rest of the year. 15 days ago, May 6, 2018, I received a call from an unknown local number. I was expecting a parcel delivery and thinking it was the Amazon delivery executive, so I answered the call. It was him. I didn't realize it right away, though I had suspicion because of his distinctive, creepy, childlike voice. He's 26 plus years old. He would not cut the call. He called me sweetie, princess, honey bun. Nicknames that give me goosebumps because honestly, even my boyfriend does not call me those things. It's just not my thing. I repeatedly tried to be nice and cut the call, saying I had prior commitments, and he kept asking to meet me. Although he never specifically said, "Would you like to go out with me?" Because that I can answer by saying no, I have a boyfriend. I'm the kind of person who does not believe in using the boyfriend term as a throwaway threat. If a person does not respect my wish to be left alone, they do not deserve to have a place anywhere near me. After I specifically told him 5 times that we are friends and nothing more, he said, yes, we are friends. Of course we are friends. Him. Can I call you later? Me. I'm really busy. We'll see. Him. Do you want me to call you later? Me. I guess I don't mind. Him. You don't mind? Or you want to talk to me? Me. Whichever way you want to take it. I really don't care. And then I kind of threw a fake laugh in there. Him. I'll take it the sweeter way. Do you want things to be sweeter? In literally the most saccharine, disgusting tone that you can possibly imagine. Me. What is that supposed to mean? Please stop being vague and subtle. Whatever it is you want, just be direct. After a few more minutes of behaving oddly, I had to cut him off halfway when he kept insisting that I meet him. A few hours later, I got a call from yet another number, which I answered as I was expecting an official client call around this time. He was acting so weird. Did you block me, baby? I really want to talk to you. Understand the feelings behind my words. I cut him off yet again and called a girlfriend for advice, as this was beginning to get creepy. She suggested that I pick up the next call and tell him I'm not interested and I have a boyfriend. During my call with her, he called me at least 5 times. After telling him that I have a boyfriend, he says, I want a sweet friendship, your love and affection. I want to be a constant in your life. During the entire duration of the call, he accused me of thinking badly of him by saying so blatantly that I had a boyfriend, all while calling me sweetie, baby, and other regional pet names that people don't even call their own children. It was in full creep territory. Bear in mind, this is an acquaintance that I have spoken to for an overall 2 minutes and have never met. I put him out of my mind and attended my official call, at which he calls me 15 times. The call was on wait, and normal sane humans don't call 15 times in the duration of an hour. The next morning, I woke up to 12 more missed calls. I texted him in the most polite way, knowing I am dealing with a probably psychopath. Me. Hi. While I appreciate that you consider and call me occasionally, I'm not comfortable with it. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, but we are not really friends, so I doubt it would be a major problem to end things here. All the best for your business, and congrats on the new car. He asked me for advice when he had called the first time. Take care. Bye. Him. I'm sorry if I made you feel bad. Calling you occasionally is not my intention. I wish to be a constant and be there in your life. Kindly consider once more before taking this decision. Please give me a chance. Take care. Me. I understand, but I'm not comfortable. You cannot force a person to be your friend. I'm sure you're a nice person, but I am not comfortable with your vague insinuations and nicknames. Yes, I admit I am being cautious, but I don't know anything about you except your name. At this point, I don't want to know much more. I have a lot on my plate and cannot deal with this vagueness and drama. I want to be as direct as possible to avoid misunderstandings in the future. Him. I completely understand, and I was not being dramatic. I just want to be real to you. I'm sorry to push you to such an extreme. I will really miss you. Take care. God bless. If you need me, reach out anytime. I blocked all his numbers and moved on to bigger problems. I even forgot his existence. Yesterday, I received a call from a vague 4-digit number. For the record, I do not use any social media apps like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or WhatsApp. I have tons to do and I find them distracting. Although I have a WhatsApp account, I'm not active on it for the last month and a half. The other sites, I don't even have an account. My boyfriend is abroad on vacation, and thinking he was calling me, I answered the phone and heard Mr. Psycho's voice. "Hello? Are you online?" I pretended my network was weak and said, "Hello? Hello?" about 6 times and ended the call. Immediately after, my junior from office called for clarifications. Over that 10-minute discussion, Psycho called me 8 times from various 3- and 4-digit numbers, which I now know was due to voice over IP, and I let it ring until it got cut. I was already creeped out by this, and called a few friends to let them know the situation had escalated. I couldn't sleep last night, probably due to overthinking things. I figured I'd get a glass of water around 1 a.m. My dog was whining away at the gate, and I figured that I'd check up on him. We have a gated compound, and my dog likes to stay outside the house, in the compound during the nights. As I inserted the key and unlocked the main door, a car passed by on the road. Through the glass panel, by the door, I saw the headlights illuminate the figure of a short human standing right outside the gates. Wide stance and seemed to be facing my door. Although the lights inside my house were off, I was scared to have been spotted. I wondered again why my dog wasn't barking his head off, just whining. I saw him walk around the short driveway very slowly, almost as if he was drugged. I could hear my heartbeat quicken as I ensured all the latches were fastened. All the windows are protected by metal grills, and the window panes cannot be opened from the outside. I tossed and turned all night, scared for my family, my aging grandparents and my sick father. I kept walking to the first floor windows to see if he was still there. There were no cars on the road, and I couldn't see anything, but I had a feeling he was still there. This morning, my dog was still woozy, but otherwise unharmed. He had a muddy print around his neck. It looked like a hand. I'm not paranoid. I bathed him 2 days ago. He was clean as a whistle. Nobody walks around with muddy red soil on their hands. Do they? I have not spoken to my parents, yet primarily due to my father's recent heart condition. I should call the cops, I suppose. I have been stalked for a little over 10 years. Obviously, the time frame of this makes it nearly impossible to share the full story, so I'll give some highlights. And in case you're wondering, not a ton of people in my life know about this, and I thought it would be a good way to air out some of my frustrations. I met this guy when I was 17. He came to a party I had thrown at my house, and was invited by a friend of a friend. Looking back now, he could probably be classified as a nice guy. Wore fedoras, owned more swords than clean shirts, and told everyone he was a vampire. He also said that he was from Ireland, even though his accent was garbage. However, he seemed harmless enough. At this point, he was probably 23 or so. The party was going fine until he tried to kiss me, even though my boyfriend at the time was there and he knew that. He got drunk and crawled into my neighbor's car. His friends took him home, and I figured I would never see him again. 2 days later, he popped up on MySpace. Once again, I thought he was harmless and I added him. He immediately starts messaging me, saying how much he likes me, he thinks I'm beautiful, etc. I thanked him, but I reminded him that I had a boyfriend, and I wasn't interested in anything romantic. I thought he got the picture. 3 months later, I'm off to college. My boyfriend and I broke up since I moved 14 plus hours away, and it just wasn't working. I get a message, on Facebook this time, from said guy. He saw my relationship status had changed and wanted to see if I was doing okay. I didn't respond. Flash forward a year later in college, turns out it's not for me. I moved back home, slightly defeated, and resumed life as normal. I'm now hanging out with all my hometown besties, living life as normal, and we decided to throw another party. By the way, my father was recently divorced and working for the military, so he was gone for a couple of weeks at a time, in case you're wondering how an 18-year-old is throwing so many parties. But guess who shows up? Yep. Well, at this point, I'm depressed about college and drunk, so I'm chatting Irish Vampire up. He starts telling me how excited he is that I'm back and blah blah. I'm just mostly ignoring him. However, that night, my friend made a grave error. She sees me talking to him, so figured it was okay to give him my number. 2 days go by, and this guy has already texted me about 50 times, called several times, as well as sent pictures of his blade collection, all within me going to sleep. I promptly blocked his number and told/showed said friend everything. At this point, he then messaged me on Facebook a ton of times, and I blocked him on there as well. Remember that he had been to my house, so he knows where I live, and a couple days later, after the whole blocking thing, he shows up with flowers, telling me that he's sorry, and that he loves me, and that we're meant to be together. Thankfully, my dad was home and scared him off. After this, I started seeing his car everywhere I went. I felt like everything I was doing was being monitored. I decided that it would be better to go live with my mom in another state. My dad and I weren't getting along, and a lot of my friends were moving, so I felt no reason to stay. At this point, I'm 20. I moved, and everything is cool for about a year, until I get a package in the mail from Irish Vamp. I had no idea, still to this day, how he got my address. He starts sending me gifts and letters. Then, he gets my new number and starts texting and calling me all over again. The messages started getting cryptic, like, "You can never escape me. I'll always find you," and just generally creepy shit. He figured out my work and school schedule. I went back and would call every time that I had a break. I finally told my mom, and she pushed me to getting a restraining order. But since he lived in a different state, it proved rather hard. This goes on and on for years. 2 years ago, I didn't hear anything from him. By the way, I'm happily married and in a happy relationship for almost 6 years now. And yes, my husband does know about everything. I thought, oh, he finally got the picture and is leaving me alone. No. He was in jail for beating the absolute shit out of his ex, trying to run her over with his car, and then crashing said car while intoxicated. He was meant to be locked up for 8 years, but he got out in 2. As soon as he was released, he started all over again, got my number, and has been messaging me nonstop. I hope one day there will be a happy end to this, but for now, I have to leave it as a cliffhanger, because it's still going on, and it doesn't show any signs of slowing down. So, I want to tell you about my stalker story. It's pretty scary, and it shows how some people can be obsessed with you, and the proportions that it can get to. First of all, I want to apologize for my English. I'm not from an English-speaking country. I used to live in a busy road not far from my city's train station. Me and my family moved there in 2002. I was almost 1 year old, so I pretty much lived there my entire life. There was a small park in my neighborhood where the kids would go to play. I never went there alone because my mom was really scared of someone taking me away. When I was 6, I made a friend, Terrell, who lived across the street. He was a bit older and would always be with his siblings, so my mom trusted him, and for the first time, she let me go to the park without an adult. All the kids, we were playing when a man approached us. He was in his 30s and was with his son. He asked us if his son could play with us, and Terrell replied, "Of course." We played hide and seek, and weirdly, the men played with us. I hid behind a very big tree. After a few seconds, I heard, "Well, that's not the best spot to hide." I turned around and saw that man behind me. I just answered by a smile. He hid with me. The tree was a bit isolated, so my friends took a long time to find us. During this time, he talked with me. He asked what my name was, how old I was, and where I was from. He told me his name was Hamid, that he was from Turkey, but he was born here. While he was talking, I saw my friend approaching, so I told him, "Oh, he's gonna find us." So Hamid grabbed me, held me in his arms, put his hand over my mouth and whispered, "Don't make any noise. We need to win." My friend ended up finding us. I didn't think anything bad about what just happened, just that Hamid was a bit too friendly. Back home, I didn't even tell my mom. Hamid and his son would always play with us, and when my mom found out about it, she was reassured to know that an adult was looking after us. Hamid would always be around me, but nothing really serious ever happened. About 3 years later, Hamid divorced his wife. She took their son back in Turkey with her, and Hamid stopped playing with us. Around 3 or 4 years went by, and I haven't seen Hamid for a while. I'm now 14, and one day I see Hamid at the bus stop. I wave at him smiling, but he didn't see me. At that time I was shy, so I didn't do anything else and just kept walking. A few days later, I was walking with my mom and we saw him. This time he came to us and started talking to my mom, then turned to me and said a thing that pretty much every adult says. "Lord, I don't even recognize you. You've changed so much. You're a woman now." But the way he said it, it was weird. I felt uncomfortable, and even my mom noticed it. We would often see each other at the bus stop. We would have small conversation. He would ask me about school or about my family. Soon enough, the questions would become more weird. "Do you have a boyfriend? Did you already get your period?" Just questions that shouldn't be asked. I was so embarrassed that I didn't even say anything. I just answered. It was my birthday, and as usual, I saw him at a bus stop. I don't know how he knew it, but he wished me a happy birthday and said, "So you're 15 now, huh?" Which I replied yes. And he kept on saying, "You know, when I was 15, I had sex for the first time. Have you already had sex?" I just looked at him, rolled my eyes, and went back home. I told my mom, and she told my dad. And him and Hamid had a pretty violent fight. After this day, my dad forbade me from ever talking to him again, which was honestly pretty logical. A few months later, a summer morning at about 6 a.m., I went running. I ran for about half an hour. I was not in the city anymore, but in the countryside. I stopped at a fountain to drink because my bottle was empty. I heard footsteps behind me and felt that the person had stopped walking and was standing there. I was still drinking, and all of a sudden I felt someone scrub against me. I was bending to drink, so I immediately stood up and realized that it was Hamid. I tried to go, but he grabbed me, and as I tried to scream, he put his hand on my mouth, just as he did behind that tree when I was 16. Thankfully, another guy saw and came. Hamid ran away, and that guy took me back home. I told everything to my family. My dad went back to Hamid's house, but didn't find him, so this time he called the police. The police couldn't find him and believed that he had fled back to Turkey. I thought Hamid was out of my life once and for all, now that the police knew about him. For 3 months, everything went well, until one day we received a letter from Un loco enamorado de ti. It was written in Spanish, and said things like, "Un día serás mía y por siempre tu papi yo sería," which, translated into English, would mean, "One day you will be mine, and forever I would be your daddy." And he was talking about how he couldn't live without me, and that he saw me growing up and become a woman. Just crazy things like that. We would receive 1 or 2 letters per week, so my family decided to move, to change neighborhoods. We looked for many apartments, but they were very, very expensive, and we didn't have enough money to move there. This went on until February of 2018. I was 16, and one day a young man came to our house. He was a bit older than me, well-dressed and very handsome. Black hair, a beard, and he had the most charming smile that I've ever seen. He asked me if my parents were home. I replied that they weren't, that they would be back in an hour or so. He said that he would come back at about 5 p.m. As he said, at 5 he was back at my house. He said to my parents that he worked for an agency who rents cheap apartments, and that he heard from our neighbors that we wanted to move out. He showed us a nice apartment, and 2 weeks later we moved there. 2 days after we moved, when I was alone, the handsome guy knocked on my door. I told him my parents weren't home, and he replied that he was there for me. He said I was beautiful, that we were almost the same age, and that he wanted to get to know me. After a little bit of hesitation, I gave him my number. We talked for 2 months, and we ended up dating. Everything was really perfect with him. Me and Sam, which was his name, would see each other every day, sometimes even 2 or 3 times a day. I loved being with him, and we would never be bored being together. Sammy is the perfect caring boyfriend. Nothing seemed weird about him. The only thing that I noted was that he would always take pictures of me. Always. Even when we were not dating yet. I guess that he really loved me and wanted to immortalize every moment that we'd spend together. It was kind of cute, and I really liked it. One day, I said to my mom that I was going out with my girlfriends, but instead I went to his house. It was the first time that I ever went there. He lived alone in a very nice yet very small apartment. We ate and watched a movie. We had a really nice afternoon. It was about 4 p.m. and Sam told me that he was going to get a shower. I'm really curious and also a bit mistrustful, so I started going through Sam's stuff. I started in his wardrobe, then his drawers. I didn't find anything. It was only when I looked under the bed that I found a small green box. I took it and opened it. Here were developed pictures that he took of me. At the exact same moment, Sam got back in the bedroom. "What are you doing, you little snitch?" he asked. "Huh? I'm just looking through my boyfriend's stuff to get some evidence of infidelity," I answered, smiling, holding the picture in my hand. "What are these?" I asked him. "You're so pretty, aren't you? Look at yourself. Damn. Every time I miss you, I just look at these. Just love taking pictures. It's my passion." He sat near me, took the pictures, and put it back in the box. I was more than satisfied with his answer. Everything he said made me feel even more in love with him. When it was time to go back home, I insisted that I wanted to stay the night at his place. "I really don't want you to get in trouble with your parents," he said. I told him that I was going to call my mom, make her believe that I was staying at my cousin's house and that I was not going to get in trouble. I first called my cousin. She said she's going to call my mom herself and tell her that I was sleeping at her house. Everything went as planned. We got to sleep about 1 a.m. after watching a lot of episodes of Game of Thrones. The next morning, he was not there. I was a little bit scared. I looked at my phone and saw that he had sent me a message. "I think I forgot to tell you that I was working today. I'll be back home at 12 p.m. with some Chinese food." It was about 10 a.m., so I had 2 hours before he'd come back. I looked under the bed, but this time, the green box was missing. I thought that it was really weird that the box was not in the same place, so I started looking for it. It was really well hidden because it took me an hour to find it. It was hidden under the kitchen sink. I took it and went to the bedroom. When I opened it, I saw there were new pictures that weren't there the night before. It was chilly. There were some pictures of me sleeping that night. I could think of anything. I knew it was weird, but I thought he was just in love with me and that it was probably normal. I texted my 2 best friends, sent them the pictures, and they both agreed that it was weird, but that it was just his way to be in love with me. I decided to wait until he came home and talk to him about it. When he arrived, I greeted him with a pretty face and the pictures. He said, "I'm sorry. I know you must find all this really weird, but I really love you, and I like every moment that I spend with you. I hid them because I was scared that you thought I was a psycho. I just love you so much." It was so cute. I just jumped on him and gave him the biggest hug that I thought that he deserved. We continued dating, and it was like a movie. Just the perfect relationship until he lost his job. That's when he started to get really nervous and angry. I was unsure of our love, but every time he was mean to me, right after that, he would be the nicest person. But one day, because of a picture that I took that was provocating, he hit me for the first time. It didn't hurt that much physically, but emotionally it did. I ran into the bathroom and locked the door. He ran after me and asked me to open the door. For at least 45 minutes he was apologizing, so I forgave him. As you may have anticipated, that was not the last time it happened, and I kept forgiving him because I was stupid. One day I was helping him clean his house. I'm a bit of a possessive girlfriend, so I was looking into his pockets to see if I could find any evidence of infidelity. But instead, I found his ID card, and I was shocked to see that his name was not the one that I thought it was. His name was Mehmet Ali. I remembered I knew that name, but I couldn't remember when or where it was. We had a huge fight about it, and I didn't talk to him for a week. He would call me, day and night, send me more than 50 messages per day. He was so into getting back with me that I once again forgive him. We dated a while. One day, I was at my house and I had a huge fight with my parents about him. They didn't want me to be with a boy, so after a moment of argument, my dad said, "You either leave him or you get out of my house." I was so furious that I took my stuff and, of course, I went to Sam/Mehmet's house. Living with him was hell. He controlled every single move that I made. He went through my phone at least 20 times a day and would always take pictures of me when I didn't expect it. When he finally found a new job, everything went back to how it was supposed to be at the beginning. I was happy. One day I was cleaning the house when I came across documents. I didn't pay attention to them at first, but then I saw a pretty familiar name. Hamid. I took the documents and it took me a minute to understand, but it was clear to me. Mehmet Ali was the son of Hamid Ali. It was written on the documents. I felt nauseous, scared and unsafe. It was too much for me. I wanted to go back to my parents' house. I went to the bedroom, took some clothes, put them in a handbag. I was ready to leave, but I heard the keys unlocking the front door. I was scared and I didn't want it to be obvious that I wanted to leave. And knowing that he could get violent made me nervous and scared for my life. I hid my handbag under the bed and tried as hard as I could to act normal all the rest of the day. The next morning when he woke up and went to work, I ran away and went straight to my parents' house and told them the whole story. My parents obviously hit me with the, "I told you he was no good." I told them the story. They immediately took me to the police, and I told them the story. I was still in love with him. I really didn't want to do this. They immediately arrested him and ended up also arresting his father. I asked the police not to tell me about any sentencing that Sam or Mehmet would get. I didn't want to feel guilty. So to this day, I don't know if he served a sentence in prison or just had another smaller sentence. The only thing that I know is that a police officer handed me a letter from Mehmet, and that was what scared me the most. The letter was 6 pages long, so I can't really get into all the details, but he apologized and told me his father taught him how to stalk me since he was just a little boy playing with us. He had since his childhood pictures of me hanged on his bedroom walls. For so many years, his dad convinced him that one day he had to be with me, to marry me, because it was God's will. What makes me the most sad is that at the end of the story, Sammy/Mehmet didn't fall in love with me, but was indoctrinated by his father. He ended the letter with, "I do sincerely love you for who you are, and I will love you forever, because now, for me, this is the reality." It was hard to translate into English, but that's basically what it said. Hi there. I couldn't find a better word to convey what I'm feeling right now other than crazy, although it's a very stigmatizing word. I had an abusive ex for 3 years, multiple domestic violence convictions, whatever. I left him 10 years ago. Throughout time, he has sporadically reached out, to which for the most part I am cordial. Don't ask why, I just was. A part of it was because I cared, trauma bonding. And the other part, because I wanted to be on good terms for my safety. More recently, 2 years ago, I blocked him. That's when I really started to become suspicious. I didn't know blocked people could still leave voicemails until I cleaned my mailbox and discovered a blocked messages file. He began leaving voicemails saying things like, "I'm sitting outside of your mom's house thinking of you, 3 a.m. to, "I'm sitting outside our high school, remembering things, and I'm leaving for London tomorrow, and I need to see you tonight." He never left. Shortly after, I saw him at Walmart. I was shopping for items for grad school when I felt a hand on my shoulder and a shiver down my spine. I turned around to find him. "I'm moving to LA, he said. "That's nice," I replied. thinking that he was bragging. "You know," he quipped, "I joined a fraternity, got my degree in psychology. I'm moving to LA. I'm living the life that you wanted to live." Annoyingly, I replied, "Okay." "You know I do all this for you," he said. Shortly after that, I bumped into him at the mall. Weird, I thought, as my then partner asked if he has a tracker on me. I wondered. Nah, I rationalized. San Diego is smallish. We're bound to run into one another every once in a while. Then, I saw his best, straight, gal pal at a gay bar that I've never seen her at before. The same night that I saw her on. The next week he's there perusing the bar. Which is interesting, because he hated gay people when we were together. I confronted him via text, which was probably satisfying to him. People change, he reasoned. The kicker to that night was that my ex reported seeing him there, appearing to look for me. I, at the last minute, opted out of going to the bar to catch up with a friend who was shortly after murdered by her fiancé. Chills. Then, he started working at the job I worked at before I quit for grad school. Began commenting on my blogs, which I didn't know it was him until recently. He now has been reaching out repetitively to apologize for what he's done, as he's going to therapy, he says. "What are you apologizing for exactly?" I asked, wanting him to verbalize the abuse. It was a moment I felt I could stand up for myself, because I didn't before. "My game addiction," he said. I corrected him and told him that he abused me. Then, randomly, as I'm leaving my domestic violence advocacy training, oh, the irony, he texts me, "I forgive you." I know now that he probably wanted to get a reaction out of me, but it worked. "For what?" I asked, to which he responded, "For the lies." I then asked, how could I ever feel comfortable telling the truth to someone who beat me over simple things? He went on to try to say that my fiancé had been calling him from my phone and cursing him out. Really? I had to call to hear this lie for myself. Little did he know, my fiancé and I separated 6 months prior, so there was no way that could happen. His response, he stumbled, but then went on to say, "Well, now I'm really concerned," implying that my ex-fiancé may have hacked my phone. It was a trap. I feel stupid. Now he knows I'm single. He then began confessing his love for me, mentioning me having a dog. "How did you know that?" I asked. He explained he doesn't have any social media, so how did he know that? He changed the subject. The only thing is, I'm not naive to these tactics anymore. He asked where I lived, only to show restraint in saying that's too personal, and then asked again anyways. "Too personal," I replied. He then asked me to help him learn how to have boundaries, as I have such good ones. The next day he messaged me. "This is the last time I ever want to talk to you again. It's toxic. Bye." I am appalled and feel dumb for even engaging with this person and subjecting myself to these manipulations. I may be stronger and more knowledgeable. I see through the bullshit, but it still took a toll on my mental health. Now I'm wondering, am I crazy? Am I overthinking this? In 1994, I was 8 years old, living with my mom, who was 29 at the time, and my little sister, who was 5 at the time, in Sacramento, California. Leading up to this scary event in 1994, my mom had a stalker for 7+ years that continually called her. Sometimes he would be silent, other times heavy breathing, and even comments about his sexual desires with her. He knew her name, my father's name, my name, and my sister's name. A classic example would be a phone call at 2 a.m., where he tells my mom that he knows Dawn isn't home. He would simply hang up after the comment, which led my mom to sheer panic. Other times, he would call and aggressively explain what sexual acts he was going to perform on her. The calls would happen for months. Then he would go away, then reappear. Fast forward to that night in 1994. In the early morning hours, I woke up to my little sister asking to get in my bed. I asked her what was wrong, and she said she saw a man looking in our bedroom window. Due to growing up with a stalker, we had nightmares, and were often fearful to sleep in our own beds. I didn't think much of her comment and told her to get in my bed. Well, after probably 30 seconds of that, I too started to get scared about her comment, and told her we should get in bed with Mom. We ran across the hall, jumped in her bed, and slept until the next morning. The next morning, my mom and I were in the bathroom, and I noticed large, dirty fingerprints on the wall around the bathroom window. I'll never forget my mom looking at the top fingerprint, and her eyes moving to see the fingerprints leading down the wall to the toilet. Someone had climbed through our bathroom window and left clear fingerprints. I could tell by the look on her face that something was wrong, but I was too young to put it together. She then looked to the bathroom vanity and realized some of her perfume was gone and sifted through. She immediately walked into her bedroom and saw that 2 of her dresser drawers were open, with underwear and bras missing, and sifted through. Yes, the dresser that sat at the end of my mom's bed that we all slept in that night. My mom immediately called the police, and within 5 minutes police came rushing, taping off our yard. Detectives immediately went into our kitchen and bathroom, which I found odd because the evidence was only in the bathroom. Well, they definitely knew what they were looking for, because they found that whoever broke in stayed in our house long enough to eat our leftover pizza, drink a 6-pack of our Pepsi, took some trash out in the backyard, and sifted through/stole my mom's belongings. They said he could have been in there for hours. A detective turned on the TV and asked my mom if she remembered leaving it on that channel, and she said that it had been changed. He literally sat on our couch, watched TV, and ate our food while we slept. Detectives firmly told my mom that we could never live in that house again. It was at this point they told her they believed she was a victim of the East Area sexual predator. They weren't sure why he left without harming us. Maybe he was spooked. Maybe he was too old at this point to carry it out. Regardless, they kept their firm beliefs that the stalker and intruder were the East Area sexual predator. Within a week, my mom, sister, and I moved about an hour north of Sacramento to a town where my mom grew up. The calls stopped for years, and we felt like it was a thing of the past. Well, that didn't happen. He came back. Around 2000 to 2001, my mom was working in her office when the receptionist said that someone was demanding they speak with her. My mom picks up her phone and it was him. It started with breathing and comments about how he found her. My mom had remarried by this point, and we lived with our stepdad and his young son. Frighteningly, within the phone call, the stalker mentions my stepdad by name. He says, "I know Kevin is going away hunting this weekend, and you'll be all alone with your girls." He then hung up. My mom contacted local law enforcement, who reached out to Sacramento PD. Sacramento PD called my mom and explained that some cold case documents had been shredded in the late 90s. My mom was furious. How could the police shred documents? They explained that after a number of years of a case being cold, they would shred the file down to a skeleton file, where everything is destroyed except for the report. Please note, they changed this policy 1 to 2 years later, and now keep all documentation, no matter how long the case has been cold. Sacramento PD took her 2000 to 2001 phone call seriously, even with the shredded file. They drove an hour north to our small town and tapped her phone. They only called one time while the phone was tapped, and it was said to be made at a payphone. Sadly, they were unable to track him down, and we hit a dead end. He continued calling from 2000 to 2001 all the way to 2011. His last phone call to my mom was in the early morning hours. She answered, and he was expressing his sexual desires. She contacted police again, and they simply took note of it and added it to the new file. Present day. We all know the Golden State Killer, aka the East Area sexual predator, has been arrested. We'll never know if he was the man that stalked my family and broke into our home. Here are some interesting facts. Police said the stalker/intruder had to be someone that saw my mom often, met her, or knew her well. My grandfather was the mayor for 2 terms in a small town that we lived in. He appointed the police chief and worked closely with Placer County, where the Golden State Killer was a police officer. My mom attended many functions with both GVPD and Placer County PD as a child, teenager, and young adult. The Golden State Killer knew both of my neighborhoods we lived in very well. I've been thinking about sharing this story for years, and thank you for taking the time to read. I've thought about this all day, and how to write it up in a way that would express the true emotion behind it. But here it goes. Last night, I had an appointment at 7 to give a speech, and was on my way wearing heels and a dress. I pulled up to a traffic light with a 4-way stop. Straight ahead was a mobile home park. To the left was Trader Joe's, and to the right, another mobile home park. As I sat at the stoplight, I noticed a girl wearing a long black sweatshirt and shorts. She was running at full speed out of the mobile home park in front of me. Behind her was a man, twice her age, in a green windbreaker, shorts, a scruffy beard, and a mountain bike, following within 5 to 10 feet of her. I initially thought it was her dad, keep an eye on her while she jogged. How wrong I was. Suddenly, her run turned into an all-out sprint up the street to the right, headed towards the second mobile home park. She kept looking behind her, frantically running even faster. I watched the stalker pause at the stoplight for a moment, just watching her as she walked up the street. I felt like I had just witnessed his inner monologue that told him to continue to go after her. He picked his bike up in one swoop and turned it in the direction she'd run. At this point, I'd flipped my car around and was ready to take this guy out. I suddenly see the girl run into the second mobile home park, and was worried she was probably running home and he'd know where she lived. My heart sank, but right as she begun running up her row to her mobile unit, the guy comes flying around the corner and cuts her off on his bike, forcing her to turn and run back to the street. At this point, I pulled up into the turn lane to the mobile park, as did another man. I could see the biker was still on a mission to get this girl, and he had no plans of moving on despite all the attention. Since the person in the turn lane in front of me got out to help, I had nowhere to go and threw my hazards on. The man in the van ran over to me and asked what he should do. I told him to call 911. Then I went to work on the stalker guy. I told the girl to stay right next to me because I didn't want him to see where she lived. He was 10 feet away now at a bus stop, writing in figure 8s, pretending he hadn't done anything wrong. "You need to leave now. Do you understand me?" I said. Him. "I didn't do anything." Me, looking at the girl. "Do you know this man?" The girl. "No." Me. "Was he chasing you?" Girl. "Yes." Me. "Do not look at her. You need to leave now. The police have been called and we have video and photos of you." Man. Takes off, almost swerving in front of a car with his bike. Me. I yell at him to pay attention to traffic and move on. I wait until he's long gone and then turn to the girl. Me. "This is extremely serious. He was actually following you. You need to go home and stay home tonight." During this time, more than 3 people stopped to help this girl. It was so apparent that things were about to go wrong that I'm proud to say multiple citizens stepped up to help. I wish I could give people this advice, both men and women. When you feel you're being followed, turn your phone/video on if possible, and face it towards the person. Hold your hand straight out and say firmly, "Stop following me." Most people will back off if they didn't know they were too close for comfort, and will gladly apologize and offer for you to go ahead. But the bad ones will curse you out and make excuses. Get them on video if you can. If you're more comfortable without the camera, put your hand up and say the above. Don't be afraid to do this. They are either going to apologize or run away. Go with your gut and stay safe. So, this is my first Reddit post, and I'm looking for advice. I live in the UK, and about a year ago, give or take, I met my stalker. I worked in a bar at the time, and he would often come in weekdays in the morning for a Sauvignon and packet of crisps. I grew to know what he wanted and how long he'd stay, etc., and served him as a regular. Over time we talked. It turned out he used to be a university lecturer in history, and had ditched that to pursue a career writing for the Racing Post and generally being involved with the racing scene. One of the reasons that I was happy to take time for him was that he has prostate cancer. We got along and I felt bad. Who wouldn't give such a person their time? Anyways, a few months down the line, after I changed jobs, he met my partner and I for a drink. After this, he texted, telling me how shocked he was by his feelings for me. I too am shocked, right? This dude is 70. I'm 28. So, I was shocked too, and that I think maybe we shouldn't meet anymore. Fast forward a few months, and I was getting around 5 texts a day from him, which I wasn't replying to in hopes that he'd just fuck off. Not so. My lack of response has meant that he recently hand-delivered some creepy kind of love letter to my workplace in order to get a reaction. Having no response from that, after about a month, I recently returned after some time off to find that I had received a package at my workplace along with a letter, which basically says that he has written and hopes to submit for some prize or another, a short story about a thinly veiled infatuation that I would easily recognize. What should I do? Hey everyone, I do not want to overreact, so I'm looking for advice. I received a text from an unknown, although local to my current temporary residence phone number. For the purposes of this story, let's say my name is Sally. The text said, Hey Sally, what's up baby girl? I was put off because I do not know any man with that area code, let alone one who would text me like that. I texted my friend a screenshot and then asked him who he was. She called him, maybe 10 minutes later, but he did not pick up. I blocked the number. It's important to mention that in December of 2018, the police were called to my residence while I was asleep. A man was trying to get into my apartment, but my neighbor and roommate would not let him pass because he was aggressive. I slept through it. My roommate knew the people in my circle, and she knew that he was not in it. The police woke me up around 3 a.m. and asked me if I knew him. I was honestly still very much asleep, but confirmed to myself I really had no idea who the guy was, and the officer that I didn't know him. They had a verbal argument outside my apartment afterwards. Today, my maintenance man, my blinds were broke so he came over to fix them, asked me if I had anyone throwing things at my window at night. I said no. He said that he asked because my neighbor had complained of that to the police and property management. I've not heard it myself, but sometimes you sleep through things. I'm a pretty heavy sleeper. Anyway, I know that this is not illegal, and I do not have much trust in the police here. What do I do? Side note, in the past, I have had received anonymous gifts and detailed anonymous messages online. I'm gonna start off by saying that I wasn't the perfect person, and I have made mistakes. I had this really great friend for almost 4 to 5 years, and I knew he had a crush on me during high school and after. We remained friends after graduation, even became best friends. I was attracted to him, but it wasn't the right time in my life for a serious relationship. So I never let him on, and always let him know our friendship was everything to me. After a year or two, I changed. I became a better person. I liked who I saw in the mirror, and I felt as if I was ready for a relationship with him. So I made my move, and we got together in a couple months. In the beginning, I was so happy to be with him. He was my best friend, of course. I thought everything would be perfect. We know how each other were. But I guess I never really knew him, because he would get mad pretty easily. And when he got mad, there wasn't anything I could do to calm him down. I always used to try to talk things through. It wasn't us versus each other. It was us versus the problem that we were trying to overcome. But he would get handsy, start shoving me or pushing me off of him. There were so many times he would twist my arm and tell me that I was nothing to him. He even said that he only got with me to tell everyone we had sex, since I was everyone's crush in high school. But for some reason I stayed. I stayed because I thought maybe that I pushed him to this. He wasn't like this before. Maybe I'm just not trying hard enough to fix us. Maybe I haven't changed enough. We stayed together for a year and a couple of months. He would talk to other girls, and eventually I started talking to guys too. I never deleted my messages because at some point I just didn't care anymore. But neither one of us could walk away. This was the ideal relationship. The dorky friend finally getting with his high school crush. He was the nice guy that finally got the girl. In the last couple of months, I started to talk to an ex of mine. Let's call him A. It was just catching up, and that we wanted to hang out soon one day. I noticed something was off, and I felt like I should talk to him, even if my ex-boyfriend didn't want me to. One day after a friend's birthday, we were all drinking. My ex thought that I was flirting with guys and conveniently found my messages with A. So he told me we were leaving and took me back to his place. He dragged me out of the car and started punching me. He sat on my chest and just kept slamming his fist to my face. I screamed and screamed, but no one came. I begged him to let me go. I wouldn't tell anyone just to let me go home. But he didn't. My screams fell on deaf ears. Then he dragged me by my hair into his house. The night became a blur after I got into the house. I woke up the next day in his bed. He had sex with me when I was unconscious. Then he dropped me off at my house and left. The following weeks, I would drink to get my mind off of things. I was gonna drunk call A and just cry and tell him everything. But I didn't, because I didn't want to worry him. The following day, I was with friends when someone told me that A died. They said that he had killed himself, and I was broken. I wanted to see him and talk to him, but it was too late. My ex reached out to me and told me that he wanted to talk, and I stupidly accepted. We talked in a park in front of people, but he started sobbing, so he went to the car at the park. He told me I had to talk to him or else he would kill himself, and it would be my fault, so I accepted. Fast forward 2 months, and he's going crazy finding out that I hung out with a guy, and comes to my house screaming at me. I told him to leave, and I never wanted to see him again. The following weeks, I noticed on my Snapchat and Instagram some messages were being read and deleted. At first, I thought I was doing that when I was drunk. I also noticed on my Facebook some messages were deleted as well. If you go on Facebook, it'll show you where you log into, so I decided to check. What I saw scared the hell out of me. There were so many logins at my ex's house, my house, and where I worked. And I don't use Facebook that much, and it conveniently happens that my Instagram and Facebook were connected. My ex had been stalking me for months, and I never knew it. New Year's Day, my ex posted a naked photo of me on the profile before I knew he had access to my accounts. It was up for 5 minutes, and he took it down. He told everyone that he was sorry and drunk. I went to the cops, and they told me it could be me doing that trying to set him up. But I don't have an Android. I have an iPhone, and it shows what type of phone logs in onto Facebook. I've deleted all my accounts and stopped talking to people. The cops are no help at all, and haven't even arrested him for the assault charges. And the last thing he did that makes him even more disgusting is he made a fake account, using a family member's name, knowing that I would accept it. Also, he called me one day, saying when he picked me up from a party, he had sex with me while I was passed out, and this happened 2 years before we got together. I hate him. He's a disgusting person, and I hope to God that he stops stalking me. Honestly, go get some fucking help, you psychopath. What kills me even more is that my family took him in for the summer when he got kicked out of his mom's, and they didn't charge him rent or food. He was fucking at my house and didn't help or do anything, but they still treated him like he was part of the family. The fact that you made my mom cry makes me even more mad, and I swear to God, I hope you rot in hell for this shit. I can't share this with my Facebook friends because he keeps figuring out how to bypass my block settings. So I'm here because I have to vent to someone, and he hasn't discovered this account yet. I was doing some online dating in 2014, chatting with this guy for weeks, then drove all night after work to spend a couple of days blowing off steam away from the stress of work and life. I was young and naive. I believed almost anything that I was told, and boy, did he have some stories to tell. I guess I wanted to believe him, even though I should have known nothing he said was real. I guess even if I had known, I wouldn't have cared. I was at a vulnerable point in my life, and I just needed someone to be close to. He saw that and took advantage. To make a long story short, we finally met in person, spent the night together, and I went back home. He later claimed to have been disgusted with my appearance, because any girl who works all day then drives all night should look like a model on a runway. And that must have been what spurred his decision to tell me that it would never work out. I, wanting to stubbornly see things through, convinced him that it was too early to make that decision and waste the weeks of conversations up to that point. And we kept our long-distance conversations going for a while longer. Eventually, I started to see the cracks in his story, see the shadow of his true nature, and agreed that we weren't right for each other. But he saw things differently. At first, he accused me of being a liar, a slut, a whore, still into my ex, and that's why I didn't want him. A switch flipped, and he showed me his crazy side. I blocked his number, ignored his emails, took him off of my Facebook, but he still managed to get to me. For every account that I blocked, he made 3 more. I started dating a guy where I was, but I moved in with a friend for a few months to help with a renovation, closer to where the crazy lived than I was before. Ended up filing a police report of stalking and harassment. By that time, he had started posting lies about me online, on blog sites and cheater sites, about me and pretending to be me, and I didn't feel safe. I moved back to where my boyfriend lived, an all-night drive that he helped me with, just happy to have me home again. I was happy to be home, and I finally felt safe again, for a while. But crazy never stopped. The harassment continued. The posts kept coming. He tried contacting me, and even went so far as to post my information online. My phone number, address, social media, work, vehicle info, etc. He offered to pay for more information on me, and pressed for violence against me. He slandered my name all over, and I had to stop my occasional freelance modeling because of it. I had to ask photographers to remove me from their online portfolios so he wouldn't plaster my body all over these sites devoted to tearing down exes. My boyfriend could have believed the lies, but have hated me for what crazy was trying to put us through. But he didn't. He got protective, helped me compile a 2-inch binder full of the accounts of the slander, harassment, and threats. and with guidance from a lawyer that I met at karaoke, we filed another police report and tried to get a protective order. Unfortunately for me, I was being stalked by a professional. He knew how to cover his tracks, use various aliases, leave threats just veiled enough to not be legally considered threatening. He also lived 4 states away, and although it would be less than a 2-hour flight, he had already mentioned my address and what he thought someone should do to me. The judge didn't think that this was close enough to be a threat and denied the protective order. I watched the slander sites for a while, got contacted by his apologetic sister and some other exes in a group devoted to stopping the constant abuse we all faced. It only hurt me more to know how badly I'd been lied to, and eventually, I just stopped keeping track and ignored it all, hoping it would go away. For the most part, it did stop, for a while at least, and after a year or so of seeing my name and face dragged through the dirt, I didn't fight back, so he got nothing from trying to hurt me. I stayed friends with one of the girls from that group, changed my number a few times, made new social media accounts, and he found a few of them, but I blocked and ignored it all. After a while, there was nothing. Fast forward to last fall, and I'm still with the same man who held me through the mess before, with a wedding dress in the car and the last of our recently packed belongings, moving to a new state for a fresh start. I didn't see it until yesterday, but Crazy tried to reach out again when we moved. A notification popped up on my phone that a cousin sent a message on Facebook, but when I opened the app, it showed an ignored message from someone not in my contacts. From him. It's been 4 years, but he's back at it. A quick Google search showed that he'd been posting more stuff about me recently, though not as much as before, all pretending to be me or someone else, then himself again, to look like the victim. It's hard to believe. But then, really, it isn't that believable. He's done it before, to me and to others, and it should be no shock. I just wonder how much he knows about my new life, or if I should be worried. I wonder if I'll ever be free of his harassment, even though I'll never be free of the awful memories. I wonder if I'll need to use that revolver sitting in my nightstand one day to protect myself. I wonder if one day someone else will get tired of his shit and do it for me. I wonder, will I ever be truly safe again? I wanted to share my story of when I was 18 years old. I was working at my first ever job as a cashier. I had been there almost 6 months and was really hoping for a promotion sometime soon. We were a resale shop, so as long as I had another cashier working, I helped out my other coworkers with stocking and cleaning. When I was on the floor, a customer approached me. Nothing odd at first. Usually, people just ask for help. That's what I'm here for. He comes up and goes, "Hi, Jennifer." Not my real name, but I thought I'd put it there. "Hi, can I help you? Do you remember me? I bought those cups last week." No, I didn't actually remember him, but I wanted to be polite, and silly me thought, he's just an old man. What's the worst he could do? "Sure, I hope you're enjoying them. Is there anything you're trying to find?" He shakes his head no and just kind of stands there. "Okay, well, if you need anything, let me know." So I start to walk away, but he starts walking behind me. Not far behind me either. He was so close that I could feel his body heat. After a minute of this, I turned and said, "Are you sure there isn't something you need?" He pulls out a little slip of paper that looks like it'd fit inside a fortune cookie and sets it on the shelf and slides it to me. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Surprised and shocked, I said no. I had a girlfriend, but didn't think to say it because of how surprised I was. "Well, let me take you fishing sometime." And the paper had his name on it. Kevin. Alongside of his phone number. "Take it," he said. So I did, and ran into the employee back of the store and told my manager immediately. He concluded that he probably wouldn't come back because I wasn't going to call him. We were wrong. He came back and tried to give me his phone number multiple times. Each time I saw him, I spoke to him less and less, or went into the employees-only rooms. All of my managers were very supportive, except one who thought that I was overreacting when I told him about him continuing to come back, continuing to ask me out, and continuing to give me his phone number. He would say stuff like, he's a regular, or he just wants his senior discounts, despite the fact that he would only bust his shift at my register. I came off my lunch break once, and he had just finished being checked out, and was almost at the door when he saw me. He had a line wrapping around the store, and he stood next to my register for an hour, staring at me until all the other customers went away. He stood there and pulled out his number yet again. I was so stressed, I just screamed, "Stop giving me your number. You're too old to be doing this." I broke down and he ran out of the store. I was tired of him waiting, always asking. He had started going into the employees-only parts of the store, and my coworkers who closed said that he had waited for me more than once in the parking lot and wrote down his plate numbers. After I screamed and broke down, I thought he finally went away. He had shown up every day for 2 weeks before then, but when I screamed at him, he stopped coming by for a week. The night he came back, my heart sunk into my chest. When he came to my register to check out, he said, "I gave you some space." "I've noticed," I replied. After some silence, he pulls out his wallet. "Are you sure you don't want to go out with me?" "Yes." So he bought his things and put his wallet back in his pocket. Then he paused and said he wanted to buy something else. So I ring him up, and this time he pulls out a pocket knife and puts it on the counter. He looks at me and says, "Now, are you sure you don't want to go out with me?" Scared, I take a step away and say, "Yes, I am sure." He sighed and pulled out his wallet, paid, put it away, and the knife, then stomps out of the store. I had a complete and total panic attack. During the confrontation, a coworker who saw but didn't like me pointed and laughed when I mouthed help. I stormed back there and screamed, "He had a knife! He had a knife!" I had to get calmed down as I yelled at her about how I could have been seriously hurt. I turned to my manager, tell him about what just happened, and then as soon as I got off, I called my mom and went straight to the sheriff's station. We filed a report about what happened that night and everything leading up to it. After a few days, I found out that they went down to where he lived and gave him a firm warning to stop. I was sad they didn't arrest him, but he did stop. They had to drive 3 towns over because his current living address was 40 minutes away. He had been making daily trips to me. Also, his wife was very unhappy to find out what he was doing. That's right, he was married on top of all of that. I ended up quitting shortly after, scared that he would come back, but I was happy that it had all been finally taken care of. That's about it though. Scary and kind of long, but I hope you find my rather traumatizing story at least a little bit interesting. I am a 25-year-old female, and have been living in Japan for a few years now. And one thing I have quite often are stalker encounters. It seems that in my area, or anywhere that isn't a big city now that I think about it, Japanese men can come quite obsessed with foreign women, especially fair-skinned, blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign women such as myself. I've dealt with quite a few situations where I was sure that I would be kidnapped. One such encounter was back in 2013 when I was in my 3rd year of university. The following was a very brief encounter, but a terrifying one nonetheless. I was studying abroad at a school in Saitama, making a lot of friends and having the time of my life. I joined the a cappella club and had a group that I sang with. Together there were 5 of us. They were all men, which made me uncomfortable at first, but we blended well together, and they felt more comfortable singing English songs with me there to help with pronunciation and whatnot. One day, after practice was finished, my group invited me to go shopping with them at a local supermarket to get things for a nabe party. For those who don't know, nabe is basically a hot spot. You get a bunch of veggies and some meat, Then you put a big pot on a little portable gas burner and everyone gathers around and eats together. It's a huge part of Japanese culture and a great way to hang out with friends. I was ecstatic that they invited me. I was usually left out of these things at first because I was an outsider, whereas they had known each other since their freshman year. Over the few months that we have been seeing together, though, they had grown to be like family to me. Each one like an overprotective big brother, especially a guy named Kasuke. He was tall and a bit on the heavy side, but he was extremely charismatic. Whenever he saw me fumbling around, nervous or confused, he'd quickly appear by my side and throw a heavy arm around my shoulder, practically knocking me over while asking, "What's the problem, Tani-chan?" Anyway, the Nabe party. We all went to our friend's house for the party and ended up drinking and talking until pretty late. When my phone in my pocket vibrated to tell me that I had low battery, I finally saw the time and realized it was already 4 a.m. The guys were getting ready to nap until the train started back up, but I was only a 30-minute walk away from my share house. I announced that I was leaving and started packing up my stuff. Kasuke offered to walk me home, but I told him I was fine. The sun would be rising soon. Japan has an early sunrise, and it really wasn't that far. The cold would kill me before the walk did, I joked. They reluctantly agreed and saw me off, demanding I call them if anything happened. I made it to the station safely, marking the halfway point home. I descended the stairs to see a single car parked outside, with a man leaning up against it, staring straight at me. It wasn't anyone I knew. He was older than me, in his mid-30s, maybe early 40s. His head turned, watching me as I walked down the stairs. Feeling uncomfortable with the unwanted attention, I rushed my pace a little, grabbing my hands together to fight the sudden chill that overcame me. Though I was pretty sure it had nothing to do with the cold. I crossed to the other side of the street, avoiding him as best as I could. I avoided looking at him as well, but I heard the car door slam and the engine start up. Headlights illuminated me, and he turned to drive alongside where I was walking. His window rolled down. "Hey," he said in Japanese, "are you alone?" I said nothing. "Where are you going? Do you speak Japanese?" I quickened my pace. "You're pretty. Let's hang out." I began power walking. The sluggish tiredness from the party was quickly being replaced with adrenaline. He pulled ahead, and I thought he gave up, but his car stopped not far ahead, and he put it in park, getting out. "Let's go home together." He was standing about 10 feet ahead of me. I stopped, so I wasn't walking closer to him. "Let's go home together," he repeated a little more forcefully, stepping towards me. "Get in my car." I didn't have much time to think. I immediately turned left and sprinted into the park. There were only 4 entrances, all of which a car could not enter. It was a traditional Japanese-style garden with tall bamboo trees and a pond of koi surrounding a gazebo in the middle. The man was in a no-parking zone, so he wouldn't leave his car alone. I heard him curse under his breath and jump back into the car. I pulled out my phone, immediately calling Kasuke. Just my luck, though, he didn't answer. I tried the rest of my group. No one answered. I looked at the next exit, just in time to see his car crawl by slowly, his head sticking out the window, searching for me as I hid behind a grove of bamboo. Trembling in fear, I tried again and again with no success of reaching the guys. I looked repeatedly at my 4 exits, always seeing him crawl by. He was circling the park, waiting for me to walk out so he could talk to me again. Though I had a feeling talking wasn't really what he wanted to do. Just as I was about to cry, my phone lit up dimly with a phone call from Kasuke. "What's the problem, Tani-chan?" he said jokingly. The other guys in the background were still joking around. In a rush of breath, I explained to him my current predicament. Though he didn't say a word the entire time, I could practically hear the smile leave his face. The rest of the group had quieted too, and I heard one say, "What's going on? Is she okay?" He told me to stay where I was and that he was on his way, but I was already 20 minutes away and I wasn't sure that I had 20 minutes before the guy parked his car and came into the park to look for me. I looked behind me again, just in time to see him drive by that exit slowly, looking through. That's it. I'm cold, I'm tired, I'm scared, and I want to go home. I'm gonna run after he passes the next exit and turns the corner, I explained. "No," he said, "wait for me. I can run and be there soon." But Kasuke wasn't a runner. I didn't think he could get there any faster than I could. He started to say something more, but my phone suddenly went dark. Dead battery. No turning back now. I waited a few seconds and there he was, right on schedule. He crawled by the exit then stopped. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it, but he looked hard and slowly turned around. The sun was starting to come up now, and he had a better view. It was really now or never. He slowly moved forward. I crept out of my hiding spot and moved towards the exit. I poked my head out and saw him turn the corner. I sprinted towards my house and didn't look back. I was too scared to. I don't know if he saw me, and I was too fast to follow or what, but I didn't ever see that guy again. I immediately put my phone on the charger and called the guys back to let them know that I was okay. But Kosuke never let me walk home alone in the dark ever again. I am a 19-year-old female from the UK. Me and my friend have been harassed by this girl that used to be my friend for around a year. A little backstory. This girl and I, let's call her Jane, met when we were in primary school, when we were around 10. As we grew older, I realized that she had some problems. She got into trouble a lot, and we lost contact as we left primary school and entered secondary school. It wasn't until college that we got back into contact. I straight up knew then that this girl had serious behavioral issues. She would tell me she would get into arguments with her mother and ask to stay at my place. She would constantly ask for me to stay at hers. When we were out in public, she would shout offensive things to other people, which was understandably embarrassing for me. Years went on and now I'm 19, and she only got worse. She would begin to lie to get attention, and lie about the most horrible and disgusting things which I would believe, until I obviously found out from her mother that she was a liar. For example, she said she was pregnant, and when she was asked for proof by friends and family, she would then say that she had a miscarriage. She once lied about her ex-boyfriend assaulting her, but then when asked to report it to the police, she said that she didn't need to because it never happened. Things like that. It was horrible, and I didn't want to associate with her anymore. Not long before I blocked her out of my life, she became possessive and nasty towards me. If I didn't want to meet up, she would try to guilt trip me into meeting her. If I said I was meeting other friends, she would get jealous and get nasty. She would also make things up in her head that I apparently had said to her. For example, it was my dad's birthday in March. She lives nearby. I get a message when I'm with him saying, "Can I meet you?" I said no, I'm with my dad for his birthday and it would be rude to just leave. She then said, "You promised you would meet me," which I never did say that at all. She said, "Yes, you did. Why would you lie to me?" And I said I can never lie about something I never said. She said I wasn't being a good friend and said to come outside and stop acting like this. She would ring me nearly 10 times in a row if I didn't reply, and I just about had enough. So I blocked her. I blocked her on Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, and WhatsApp. And that was that for around a week. I got another friend request from another account under her name. I denied and blocked. I then received another a few days later, along with a message saying hi. I blocked that account too. A week later, I checked my Facebook and had a notification saying, "Jane liked your photo." I clicked it, and obviously it was her, but she didn't add me on this one this time, so I blocked her before she could. I got another 2 friend requests after that and a few messages saying hello and add me back. Why aren't you speaking to me? I blocked that account, and then she went onto Instagram. She made 3 new accounts trying to message me and followed my account, liking pictures of my boyfriend and I. She then began following him, even though she hasn't even met him, or she's never spoke to him once. She finally tried to add me on Snapchat, which I obviously declined. The final straw was when she went into a social club where my father normally goes with his friends, asking him where I was and why I wasn't speaking to her, and asking if I was there with him. This totally freaked me out. This was only a week ago, and I pray to God that she gives up soon. So, I just want to clarify right now that there are a lot of unbelievable things in this journey with my stalker, especially the end note that leads to where we are now. But let's start with the basics. I'm 24 now, and my stalker is 2 years older than me, making him 26. We went to the same high school, and it all started when I was a sophomore. He was a senior. I was involved in a lot of nerdy activities, theater, choir, student council, etc. But I wasn't exactly the best in school because when I was young, I was more advanced than the grade that I was in and was told to essentially dumb it down. Maybe I got unlucky, but I was told this from elementary school all the way to high school. So that's what I did, and that realistically led me to struggle in school because I was dumbing down a little too well. Anyway, I consider myself a kind person because I was bullied a lot and blah blah blah, stereotyping myself as the little emo girl. My first encounters with him were at school, and that's all they were until he graduated. At this time, I was working with my mom and doing simple things like paperwork, a very simple job for a 16-year-old. I didn't see him around often until after Christmas, but before the new year. We saw each other at Walmart, and he asked me how I was, what I was up to, and how good I looked. Now, I just want to clarify, I'm not a looker. Even today, I'm not the prettiest flower, but he reassured me of things I was really insecure about. I don't know how he knew them, but he did. We shopped for all of our stuff together, in separate carts, and had a good conversation. We checked out at the self-checkout, and he walked me to my truck. This was bad at the time because I couldn't drive by myself and my mom was waiting in the truck. Not to mention our truck was yellow. He helped me load everything into my truck and chatted with my mom, and when it was all done, we left Walmart. After New Year's is when things got really weird. I got my permit, and because my dad at the time couldn't work because of an injury, and because my high school was about 6 miles away, I was able to drive the truck to school. I did that for a while, and then one day there was a note on my windshield. I didn't think anything of it and thought it was a written warning from the high school that I needed a parking permit, so I just threw it in my bag and went home. I read it, and it was a strange note that had a lot of doodles on it. From what I could tell, no real message, so I assumed it was a friend. I continued to drive to school and kept getting these notes on my truck. I asked my friends, and none of them said that they did it. Then one day, it was him, my stalker. He was leaning against my truck and waved at me when he saw me. I was actually really shocked because I was at school and what the fuck? He explained to me that he was leaving me the notes and that he just wanted to scare me. I said it worked. He then asked for a ride home. I told him I couldn't because I only had a permit, and I shouldn't because I had to go home and practice my songs for choir. He got really frustrated and walked off. After that incident, the rest of my junior year was normal, as it could be. Then my senior year happened, and all of a sudden he would start popping up again, running into me at Walmart and at the mall more and more frequently. I didn't have any concern about it until he ran into me at my mom's work. Now, here's why that is weird. We live in New Mexico, and this consists of reservations for Native Americans and stuff. There are a few companies around here that work on the reservations. My mom happens to be at one of those companies where they load trucks with products. The only reason people come from town to this company is to buy samples of the products, only 2 times a year. And he wasn't there during the sample selling time. He was about 5 months too late. Or 7 months too early if you want to look at it that way. And my mom didn't remember him at all. It's been a year and a half-ish since she's seen him. But I was livid when I saw that he was there. I pulled him aside and asked him why he was there, and that's when he pinned me against the wall like one of those anime characters. What he said is when I knew I had a problem. I wanted to see you. You don't go out in public anymore, so I figured I'd just meet you at work. Keeping in mind, no one knew where I worked, and it was only for 10 hours a week. I don't know how he knew I was there. I asked him and he said something along the lines of, it was hard to figure out, but with the license plate and most jobs requesting a license plate number, it was easy to look up. Not to mention, the mom my company works at has a website, and your mom's name is on there. Your last name is blank, a unique last name for living in this town in New Mexico. It was no doubt it was your mom, so I looked it up and now here I am. At this time I wasn't very tough. so I just let him rant and begged him to leave. Eventually he did and said, "I'll see you around." More work visits happened and more random meetings in town happened. But the next turning point, this is where it may seem fake. He started dating one of my friends. I had no clue until he introduced me and our other friends to her boyfriend over ice cream at Baskin-Robbins. She liked him a lot, and this was her first boyfriend. So I didn't want to say anything that would hurt her, no matter how uncomfortable it made me. They dated on and off for 3 months. At one point they broke up for real, and my stalker came to my house. I never talked about where I lived or anything like that. And this was a day there were no vehicles, no yellow truck at the house. I was young and I didn't have anything to fear, so at this time I didn't bother looking through the peephole. I just opened the door and there he was. He wanted me to help her get back with him. I did end up helping him. I know, I'm an idiot. And they got back together, only to have my friend break up with him because he was talking about me too much. Our friendship fell apart, and that was the end of that. I haven't seen him for a while after my friend and I stopped being friends, until I had a choir concert. And to be fair, I didn't see him, but I saw a pretty small box on my doorstep. Because my parents and my family share a P.O. box, I figured it was something my grandma dropped off. I opened it, and inside was a small black box with a necklace in it. I took it and wore it proudly because I figured it was a congratulations present for finally getting a solo in a concert. I wore it. I sang. Things were fine, and after changing out of my choir dress and seeing my family, I thanked my grandma for the necklace. And that was the first time I nearly cried in public. She explained to me that a lovely young man went to her house on the reservation and gave it to her to give to me. I described my stalker and she said, "That's him." And I asked her what happened, to give more details, and she said she let him in, made him coffee, and he looked around her house. That was the night that I snuck out for a reason that wasn't to do teenage things. I snuck out and started walking. I didn't know where I was going, but for some reason I just knew where to go. Turns out, it's because he was parked down the road from my house. He pulled up alongside me and honked at me. He got out and told me I shouldn't be out this late and it's dangerous. But he couldn't get too far into his lecture when I started yelling at him. I told him generally, I swear to God I'd kill him if he pulls that shit again, and to leave my family out of whatever his sick, weird obsession was with me. I go into a tangent of how inappropriate it is, and all of a sudden he reaches for my neck and I freaked out. He was reaching for the necklace, I later realized, but I simply ran away back to my house. I took the necklace off and threw it out. The next day, my mom brings it back into my room and tells me I shouldn't throw things like this away, so I agreed and said I'd just sell it. So I went to get it appraised, with much questioning from the jeweler because it could have been my mom's, and I was just wanting to get money. And when I did, the guy kept asking again and again where I got the necklace, and what exactly I wanted to sell it for. I got annoyed and told him to just give the necklace back and I'd leave. Just as I was packing it up, he apologized and said he was asking because that necklace would be valued at about $500. I ended up selling it because I panicked and thought it was stolen and I didn't want the evidence on me. I was 17 and stupid, I know. My stalker soon found out about me selling the necklace and confronted me at school about it. His exact words to me were, "I bought that for you. That was my gift to you. Why would you do this to me? I just wanted to prove to you that I care." I got into my truck and left. Moving forward a lot, my dad died in this time and we got rid of the yellow truck. And after taking a 3-year gap year, I decided to go back to community college. The stalker gave me more gifts, doubled/copied my phone, and kept running into me, but nothing too much substance until this moment. It was my first year back at college. It was my second semester and I was 22. My birthday is in winter and this was the spring semester, so I had just turned 22. And that was when I started developing a crush on someone. It was literally nothing. I didn't pursue and didn't want to pursue it. Somehow, my stalker found out and confronted me, at home, when I was alone. My mom was at work dinner and I had a long stressful day at work and just wanted to sleep, so I grabbed some McDonald's or something and fell asleep on the couch. It was about 4 p.m. when I got home, so I left the blinds open. I woke up at about 6:30 p.m., and when I looked out of the window, I saw him standing beside my new car. Now, this is the point that a lot of people aren't going to believe, and it seems so unreal that it may throw everything that I just said out the window. I started panicking, and my dogs did too. I ran over to the front door to make sure it was locked. Surprise, it wasn't. I was so tired and frustrated from work that I guess I didn't lock the door. I swear to this day, though, that I locked the top lock. It's a deadbolt that you have to put a code in to unlock it, so I don't know. Maybe he knew the code, but I'm not gonna lie and say 100% that I locked the door, when honestly, I can't remember for sure. He beat me to it and came into the house. I should have screamed, and I wish that I did, but I couldn't. I was so frozen in fear and shock. Shock being that my dogs weren't defending me. They were greeting him, like they knew him. He opened the back door and let my dogs roam around out back. He talked to me about my crush, and he seemed so calm at first, but after I said something along the lines of, he's not my type and I'm not his type, not to mention it's a very stupid crush that will pass. I think I just started crushing on him because of how smart he is and how passionate he is. And after I mentioned how passionate my crush was, and I meant passionate about the subject, he lost his shit. He pinned me to the wall, shaking the house and knocking the wind out of me. My side hit a doorknob from a closet against the wall he slammed me against. He explained to me that he doesn't understand why I don't love him back, that he gave me gifts. He read all my messages and knew all my favorite phone games, YouTubers, Netflix shows, and that he's known me longer. After I mentioned that I don't even know him, he talked more about these intimate things like my dad saying the poems I was writing and blah blah blah. We were in my house for another hour or so the sun was nearly done setting, and after it got dark, he hit me about 3 times before I black out. I have DID. Now, the rest of this is only from what my friends and family told me. I, at one point, sent a 911 text to one of my friends, and when I didn't respond, they called my mom and explained something was wrong and that I was in trouble. She called 911, got to the house, and noticed that the dogs were outside barking like crazy, and there were a few objects broken on the floor. I apparently wasn't there, so she talked to the cops about my stalker, which at this point had been doing things to me for about 6 years. And there was a whole search for his car because we had his full name. Turns out, he kidnapped me and planned to take me to his house where he was going to have a friend of his officiate our marriage. I got saved, got home safe, and he got arrested. Turns out, there was a girl he did this stalking thing to before me. He moved on to me before she was ever in any real danger. And when we talked, there were so many similarities between us and our lives. When he was asked about it, he never explained why he chose either of us. The only words that he said about me and the other girl was that we were special, and that there was just something about us. The reason that I'm telling this story is because he has spent his time, which wasn't much, and has been out for almost a month now. I'm still terrified of him, but if anything does happen, I'm not going down without a fight this time. So this happened 3 months ago. I was out hiking with my friend. I'm not going to disclaim her real name for privacy, so let's call her Amy. Anyway, me and Amy set off on our travels at 6 a.m. We traveled by public transport. We got the 6:35 bus to our destination. The bus stop was empty for the first 10 minutes or so, then a man joined. He was looking at the same timetable as us, so we knew he was getting on the same bus. He sat on the bench opposite us and started reading a book. I felt strange, as in I knew something was up. I glanced at the man and he would catch my glare and just stare. It wasn't a normal stare. It was a sinister stare. I pulled out my phone and texted Amy to check it out. I didn't want to speak out loud so that he knew that I was talking about him. As soon as Amy's phone pinged, the man looks at us. He turns to Amy and asked, "Who is that texting you?" He said it in a way as if to say, I already know. She nervously replies back, "Oh, it's my dad asking if I got here all right." He squinted his eyes, then continued reading. He started mumbling stuff to himself in a different language. I think it was Polish, but I'm not 100% sure. The bus was due in 5 minutes by this time, so me and Amy got our stuff together to get ready to get on. We stand up and step towards the road where the bus pulls up. The man also stands up and stands literally a foot away from me. I can feel his breath on my neck. I felt so uncomfortable. I see the bus coming along. We boarded the bus and sat at the back. The man sits at the very front on the seats facing backwards. He puts his book away and stared at me. He stared at me even when I saw him. His glance didn't leave me. Our stop was the next one, so we walked to the driver's section of the bus and waited. The bus pulled up and we left. The man stayed on. We thought he wouldn't see him again. We were so wrong. Later that evening, we had stopped on our hike to have lunch. We sat on a large rock on the top of the hill with forests surrounding us. We were gossiping and laughing till Amy noticed someone walking up the path towards us. "Look," she said, "isn't that the man from the bus?" I turned around and my heart sank. "Yes," I replied. "Why is he here? He stayed on the bus when we got off. How does he know we would be there?" Amy gave me a scared/confused look and shrugged nervously. We decided to pack up our stuff and head back to the bus station to go home. We were sat at the station and the bus arrived. We got on the bus. The man was nowhere in sight. Last time we saw him, he was on the hike track about 3 miles from here. He walked past us in the opposite direction. So we go for a few stops. When the bus stops and someone gets on, thinking nothing of it, we continue our conversation when a hand touches my shoulder. "Hey." I turn around to see that creepy man standing there, touching my shoulder. What the fuck, I thought to myself. How can he be here? He was miles behind us. How has he got that far in this short of time? It's impossible. Yes, I say to him. "Can I help you?" "No, I just wanted to feel you." Immediately creeped out, I stepped up and complained to the driver about what was just said. The driver stops the bus and asks the man to leave. The man gets off, staring at me viciously as he passes me. I sat back down and didn't say a single word all the bus journey back home. We got off the bus and Amy asks me if I'm okay and tells me that I'm looking pale. That was strange, wasn't it? I asked Amy for reassurance that I wasn't over-exaggerating. "Hell yeah, it was," she instantly responded. We walked back to Amy's and sat in her room for an hour or two. We watched a movie and chatted. Time was getting on and I had to leave so her and her family could have lunch. I walked the short distance home and locked my door behind me. I never usually lock my door, but I was so creeped out. I chucked some lunch in and popped the TV on whilst I ran a bath. I had my lunch, then went in the bath. I like to apply a face mask and lay in the bath for ages. So I'm laying there relaxing when I start getting an eerie feeling. I washed my face mask off and quickly washed my hair and jumped out of the bath. I went to my bedroom to put on my pajamas, and then went and turned the TV off downstairs and made sure all of my windows and doors were locked. I lay in bed and I keep thinking that I can hear someone outside my home, but I brush it off as a stray dog or another animal. I eventually fell asleep and wake up suddenly during the night. I checked my alarm and it was 3:20 a.m. I don't usually wake up during the night, so I found this a little odd. I sat up and turned my lamp on. I then heard loud footsteps pacing around my house. I got out of bed and checked out of my bedroom window and couldn't see nothing, so I went downstairs. Keeping the downstairs lights off and peeked through the blinds to the front of the house. I saw a person standing there, staring at my bedroom window. I couldn't make out the face. I continued watching as the person paced up and down my driveway. Who could this be? I thought to myself. I had many thoughts like, is this person drunk? Is this an escapee from the asylum up the road? I continued watching for a good 15 minutes until they turned around to walk out. Stopped at my gate, and it's like they turned and looked straight at me. The streetlight was shining on the face, and I recognized the person. It was the man from the bus. What the fuck? I thought to myself. How does he know where I live? The man left my driveway and walked off. I went back to bed and texted Amy the news in the morning. "Oh my God," was her reply. We planned to meet for lunch that day. Lunchtime comes around and we meet at a cafe on the main street. As we're chatting, I notice the man from the bus on the opposite side of the road, walking backwards and forwards down the road, slowing down and staring directly at me as he passes us. I turned to Amy and said, "What the hell? He's here again." He seemed to be everywhere I was that day. I got my nails done. He was there, pacing around. I went grocery shopping. He was there. I started feeling very uncomfortable by this point and went to my local police station to report him. I was told there was nothing they can do, as he hadn't actually harmed me in any way, but they did log it down. I left feeling pretty shitty as the police basically turned me away. The next few days got worse and worse. I would see him everywhere I was. I would get woken up in the middle of the night to him beating on my door, yelling to let him in. He loves me. We were meant for each other. All that garbage. My neighbors must have phoned the police one night as I saw blue lights and heard the man yelling, "I live here, she's my love," as the police arrested him for a disturbance. I went down and spoke to an officer and told them that I had reported the man already to your department, and I hoped that they could do something now. All they did was warn the man to stay away. There wasn't much they could do. It was quiet for a week or two, then I started getting calls from an unknown number. I answered the first few times as I didn't know who it was, and all I heard was deep, heavy breathing down the phone. I hung up and eventually I stopped answering. The calls became constant. I had 54 missed calls within 20 minutes. I went to the police station to report this, and I said I think it's the man who has been stalking me. They had to log it as a different case, as we couldn't prove it was him, with the calls being from an unknown number. I didn't know how he got my number, or why he had such an obsession with me, but I hated it. The calls became worse, where it would be 70 to even 90 missed calls in 20 minutes. There would be days where my phone would not stop ringing, and I would have to turn it off. I eventually changed my number and got no more calls. It's been 8 weeks now, and I haven't seen the man, but I have heard weird noises from outside late at night. Nothing has happened yet so far, and I will update if anything does. I've considered the idea of sharing this story for some time now. I never, in a million years, thought that I would have a story like this to share, and sometimes even I struggle with the fact that it's real. Almost 6 years ago, I met and fell in love with my husband Vincent, and we have shared an extremely happy life together. Very little in our world has ever been out of place, except for this one issue with a person that I will call Chris. I have never known anyone with a stalker before, and up until this point, I pretty much believe that a stalker is an ex-boyfriend who simply can't let his former girlfriend go. The idea that I would end up stalked by a woman who I never met wasn't even in the realm of possibility, so I had no clue what was in store for me going into my relationship with Vincent. Vincent knew Chris from high school, and she had grown up in his childhood neighborhood as well. They had been semi-friends when they were kids, but that friendship had dwindled in their adult years. Vincent and I had been dating for about 4 months before I even knew of Chris's existence. He had met my friends and family, and I had met his as well. The subject of a girl named Chris had never come up. One night, while Vincent was staying at my apartment, his phone rang. He answered it and exchanged pleasantries with the person on the other end for a few minutes before telling the person that he was spending some time with his girlfriend and couldn't really talk, and then he said goodnight and hung up. I've never been one to pry into my partner's phone calls, so I said nothing and went to unpause the movie. He said to me, "That was an old friend from high school who calls me every now and again. Her name is Chris." I told him that's nice, and we continued the movie. 2 nights later, we were again spending an evening together when Chris called. After that, she started calling nearly every night at odd hours. This went on for weeks until Vincent said that Chris wanted to meet. I said that's fine, but he seemed uncomfortable and added, "She wants to meet you in a neutral location to discuss what her relationship is with me." Fun fact about me, I don't like drama, and I don't tolerate people who try to cause drama in my life. After he told me this, I consulted with my friends, and they advised me to refuse the meeting, which I did. After I told him I wouldn't meet her, the phone calls became more frequent and took on an abusive quality. She repeatedly advised him to end our relationship and said she could tell that I was clearly abusive and controlling. Vincent assured me that she is harmless and that she will get over the fact that I don't want to meet her and will leave us alone. I decided that I want to put a face to this ranting voice on the other end of the phone. I've read many times that a picture can tell a story, and the pictures I saw clearly told me everything I needed to know about Chris. This person, who is 2 years younger than me, already looked to be in her mid to late 50s and clearly had a long history with drugs. I sat Vincent down and asked him if she was a drug addict, and that opened the floodgates of truth. This woman, who I have never met but clearly hates me, is a meth addict with multiple children who have all been removed by the state. My defense was immediately on the rise because I wasn't about to let this person into my life or expose my friends and family to her. I told Vincent that I wanted nothing to do with her, and he should have nothing to do with her either, to which he agreed. He explained that they had been friends before the drugs, and he had distanced himself from her when she started using. That for the most part, he never hears from her, unless she has a problem, or when he has a girlfriend. If he is seeing someone, she tends to get a little psycho. I was having none of it, and he told me he would distance himself from her further. But the phone calls kept coming. The ranting Facebook messages kept coming, and the disturbances kept getting weirder. She would call and rant to him about how terrible I am, and then demand that he come to her house. She even ranted to me on Facebook about how he needs to start coming to see her once a month, as if we were getting a visitation schedule. Finally, enough was enough, and after he had told her several times to stop bothering us, I sent her a message telling her to leave us alone and good luck with her life. 3 days later, she sent him a message saying that he has to meet with her alone or she will do something to ruin our relationship. I told him to ignore her and don't respond. 2 days after that, she sent me a long ranting Facebook message that included how Vincent had assaulted her and given her an STD. I was beyond furious and wrote her back, telling her to never contact us again or I would file a restraining order against her. Another 2 days passed and I heard from her again in another ranting message about how he had been calling her from another number. She left the number in question, and it turned out to be a property management company that had never heard of him. After that, Vincent and I called her and put her on speakerphone to tell her to never contact us again or we would be filing a restraining order against her. She agreed to stop bothering us, but then demanded to know how my pet rabbit was doing. Nobody had ever told her that I had a pet rabbit, of course. We just told her goodbye and hung up. We got 11 months of peace, until one day she called again. During the 11 months of peace, our relationship had really blossomed. We stopped worrying about Chris and really didn't give her a single thought. We became engaged, much to the delight of friends and family, and we moved in together. Things were really lovely until one day Vincent came home from work to tell me that Chris had called him crying about her problems again. I was totally furious and sent her a scathing message via Facebook full of hate and venom. Frankly, I didn't know I could be that wicked, especially to someone who was so obviously beneath me in all aspects of life. Chris definitely brought out the worst in me, but putting up with her special brand of hell would probably push anyone over the edge. I again threatened her with a restraining order, and I really thought that it would end. The very next day, she sent Vincent a message with a threat of violence against me that would turn out to be the first of many. The calls started again. The messages started again. We would block an account online and she would make another one. She called and texted with various phone numbers and restricted numbers as well. She started writing things about me online about how if she had her way, we would not be together because I would be in a coma that she put me in. I wanted to file for a restraining order, but during this period of time, she moved and we didn't have an address to send the paperwork. She took full advantage of this fact and continued the harassment, and she was clearly enjoying it. Once she started leaving love songs on Vincent's voicemail at 3 a.m., night after night, we had to change our phone numbers. A dear friend of mine reached out to Chris's husband, yeah, she was married, to tell him the harassment needs to stop. He responded by saying he is fully aware of the situation, but dealing with her is like kicking a hornet's nest, and she'll just turn the situation around. So, she is the one being wronged. It was about this time that another friend of mine sent me a link to a video on YouTube that was made by Chris. My friend said, "I don't want to upset you, but this video is very disturbing, and it's about you and Vincent. You need to watch it." So I did watch it, and to my horror, there is Chris, sitting in front of a camera, ranting and raving about me and how I stole her very best friend from her. About how the only reason we were together is because she allows it, and she was using my full name in the video. I looked at the actual YouTube account and discovered that she had made several videos with similar content. These psychotic ravings were filled with bizarre statements about me and updates about what she had learned about me. They were so full of other things as well. Details about her magical powers, her encounters with shapeshifters, her magic hawk that only she could see, her invisible dragon, and how aliens are out to get her. I was stunned. I again sent her a vicious email demanding that she stop publishing these videos about us, and I also included some very harsh words. After that, she took advantage of the fact that she knew I was watching the videos to speak directly to me. She would go into detail about my work, my personal life, and my co-workers, ending these rants with such phrases as, "Yeah, bitch, I'm peeping." She explained that I hate her because she is gorgeous, and I can't handle how beautiful she is. Watching her toothless mouth spit out such ridiculous nonsense would have almost been comical if it were not for the fact that she was clearly unhinged and unpredictable. I've only seen my husband angry a few times, and almost always it's been at her. One night, after a rather bad video, he came unglued and called her up screaming. When she hung up on him, he called her back and left a screaming message on her voicemail. One thing I found curious about this is the next day she made a video about how I had gotten someone else to call her up to harass her. She could never admit it was Vincent, and she could never admit that he hated her. She had this bizarre idea that he was her very best friend and cared deeply for her. She often referred to him as her white knight in shining armor. And once, after the email where I said that he hated her, she made a video where she kept saying over and over, "He doesn't hate me." It's like she completely forgot that she had made an assault accusation against this white knight in shining armor. I didn't know how to find her, and we had been told several times that I needed her address in order to serve paperwork on her. She made videos saying she was going to file her own restraining order against me, even claiming she had all the paperwork ready to go. I hoped like hell she would file, because then we could counterfile and present our own case, which now included almost 3 years of stalking behavior. But she never filed anything against me, and I was incredibly disappointed. I had her location pinned to 3 different areas, and I decided to call the police in the area I had her most likely as in, and asked what I could do to locate her. The police had a former address for her from some domestic violence calls they had received, but unfortunately she had been evicted from that location and was again in the wind. That's when the officer told me to create the flyer. I was told that if she was known among the local street people, then if I distributed the flyers with her picture on it and offered a reward for her current location, then I was well within my rights to do so. I felt ridiculous creating and distributing, which was essentially a wanted poster looking for Chris. I even sent one to her husband so he would know how serious I was in finding her and ending the stalking. In his stupidity, he threatened again to have a restraining order put against me, but with $300 on the line, I knew someone in that area would give her up. It took a couple of months, but finally I was contacted by a guy named Walter who knew where she was. I was beyond thrilled. My mother and I met with the manager of the apartment complex Chris was living at, who could not confirm, but also would not deny that this was the address for Chris. She promised to cooperate in full if law enforcement needed to serve the paperwork. Finally, after almost 3 years of psychotic nonsense from this woman, who I had never met, I received a phone call that an officer had personally put 2 anti-stalking orders in Chris's hand, one for Vincent and one for myself. Now, we just had to finalize the orders in court. In between the service of the paperwork and the actual court date, the videos mostly dried up. She didn't mention us by name, and mostly just acted like everything was normal in her life. She did make a video where she talked about a vision she had where a car crashes into a business and kills someone inside, and then she described the area in which I work. I had spent a lot of time with those damn videos, transcribing them line by line for the judge in our case. It was insane revisiting all that crap, but it also made me pity Chris somewhat. Her life was nothing but crap, and she has a very obvious untreated mental illness. I was really hoping that the restraining orders would put her on a path to some kind of treatment for either drugs, mental health issues, or both. My number one goal was to permanently remove her from our lives, but I also wanted some good to come out of this for her as well. We headed to court in October of 2016. I was feeling confident and pissed off at the same time. A couple of friends offered to join us, but we decided it would just be the two of us, along with a crime victim advocate as well. Luckily for me, my mother had to be in her studio all day filming and editing, so she was not able to go. Things would have been really heated if she had been there. Nobody thought Chris would actually show up, and we would just get the order and be done with it. It was 50-50 on her showing up, and I wasn't surprised at all that the elevator door opened and she was there. What did surprise me was how she made her entrance. She came out of the elevator riding on the back of a woman who must have weighed 400 pounds. She rode her down the hallway and turned the corner. I was absolutely shocked at the ridiculous sight. You don't take this situation seriously at all, do you? I didn't want this day to be a spectacle, but clearly I wasn't going to get my wish. I called my mother at the studio and told her that Chris had actually showed up. My mom asked what she looked like, and I said she looked like a crazy person. At this, Chris ran down the hallway and screamed at me to hang that fucking phone up. She was clearly as unstable as she had appeared in all those videos. After that, she stood against the wall and stared at us silently. I was so grateful for the victim's advocate, because he sat in between her and us and advised us to just look straight ahead, which was great advice. It all seemed like I was on autopilot, walking into the courtroom, and luckily, we were called after 2 cases. The judge had read our file, and all we needed to do was prove our case with evidence. Vincent spoke first, and detailed how he had been trying to distance himself from Chris before he had ever met me. I spoke second, and handed over the text messages, blog post, and a phone record. Both of our testimonies were often interrupted by gasps and loud sighs by Chris, which she had to be scolded by the judge repeatedly. Chris was given a chance to speak, and her statement was almost as bizarre as the videos themselves. She claimed everything she had done was perfectly legal, and tried to use YouTube's terms and conditions to override anti-stalking laws in our state. She then claimed that she was not stalking us and said I was harassing her. She said I had impersonated my sister to contact her husband, and that I had been impersonating another woman and feeding her details about my life in order to stalk me. Basically, she was saying I was stalking myself, which made me produce a gasp of my own. She showed the 2 angry messages she got from me demanding she leaves us alone as evidence of my stalking behavior on her. She never once mentioned Vincent's voicemail or his demands to leave us alone, once again refusing to admit that Vincent wants nothing to do with her. The strangest thing was when she waved a large stack of papers saying it's proof that I am stalking myself. The judge refused to view this evidence, which honestly disappointed me, because now I have several unanswered questions about what all this could have been. I assume it was something she fabricated, but I still wonder what those papers said. After her bizarre testimony, the judge started filling out the paperwork silently while we stood waiting. At one point, Chris asked if she could speak, which the judge immediately said no, and I knew we had won. Vincent squeezed my hand, letting me know that he also knew the judgment. The judge then told us he was granted both orders and read the restrictions placed on Chris. After she had finished with the restrictions, Chris had another outburst and again waved the mysterious papers. After the judge told her to be silent, she announced that the orders would be in effect for 5 years rather than the standard 1 year. We left the courthouse feeling a sense of relief that had been almost 3 years in the making. After court, I went back to work, and my wonderful friends were there waiting for the judgment. Everyone was thrilled that this nightmare had finally been capped, at least for a while. The same day, Vincent showed up to my workplace with a dozen roses, and he was so happy. It's funny because this situation should have been enough to drive us apart, but honestly, it only made our relationship stronger. Chris's whole goal was to ruin our relationship, but she did the exact opposite. Vincent stood by me and defended me through this ordeal, and I was able to acknowledge that none of this was his fault. The restraining orders were almost 3 years old, and honestly we both believe that Chris will resurface at some point. At one point, after the restraining orders were placed, Chris called Vincent's best friend and demanded Vincent's phone number. I don't think we're lucky enough to have not heard the last from her, but we have made every effort to shut her out of our life. We got married and moved away, so she won't know where we live anymore. I don't let Chris occupy my thoughts anymore. I don't check for videos, and I even blocked her YouTube account to prevent any videos from popping up in my feed. I have it on good authority that she is still making crazy ranting videos with mine and Vincent's names left out, but frankly, I have no interest in hearing her voice. She just isn't worth my time or effort when I have so much good going on in my life. She can believe what she wants about me. I don't really care anymore. Honestly, most of my anger is faded, and I have only pity left. I really hope she gets help and moves on with her life. So you might be wondering why I'm sharing this story. When we were in the thick of this situation, there was very little information on female stalkers or dealing with a stalker that you have never met. Most law enforcers would say, "Who is the guy?" assuming it was a male perpetrator. We also found very little support for a man being stalked by a woman. If this story makes one person who is in a similar situation feel like they are not alone, then it's worth it for me to share it. Before we get into the extra rain, I would like to thank our channel members, Christy Goodall, Paul Reese, Via MashK0101, Honey Pond, Bitchy Betty, Down Below, Diane Genius, and Interscare Wifey. If you would like to join and become a member, please make sure you do. There is a link in the description down below so that you can join. There are many perks, such as getting videos a day before everyone else, extra membership live streams, emotes, a membership badge, and more. Please consider joining. Thank you so much and enjoy the extra rain and have a restful sleep. Good night, everybody.